Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send forth, we beseech thee, upon thy servants who bear office in this country, the spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before thee with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. And together we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Minutes.
I receive minutes of a meeting of Wednesday, August the 2nd, 2023, to be deferred. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the minutes of the aforementioned date be deferred.
The question is that the minutes of a meeting held on Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023, be deferred. All those senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Those minutes are therefore deferred. In terms of further announcements,
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Announcements by Your Honor.
we have excuses for absence from Senator the Honorable Jerome Walcott, Senator Monique Tate, and Senator Christopher Maynard. An apology for lateness from Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers. There's other announcements. It's my pleasure to welcome a number of visitors to our chamber today. We'll start with the young ones first. We're very, very happy to have perhaps some future members of the Honorable Senate who are currently in their manifestation as Class 2 students of the St. Martin's Mangrove Primary School, along with their teacher, Ms. Michelle Cave. She's been trying, have a seat, youngsters. She's been trying to arrange this tour for, well, logistical issues, sometimes being available on the day that the Senate was not meeting and not being available on the day that the Senate was meeting. But this is part of her program of work, where she was teaching in social studies about Parliament and so on, part of civics. And she indicated that she desperately wanted the opportunity for some of the children to come and have a tour of Parliament, to complete that segment on Parliament and so on. So I welcome you, Ms. Gale, and thank you for your service, and I applaud you for having this particular interest and providing the opportunity for these young ones to see one of the institutions which has had and will continue to have a great impact on their lives. So thank you for your service. And welcome, youngsters. I'll mark your faces and inquire about your names. I expect to see one of these names or faces in here or the other place in another 20-something years, perhaps. Students of a different level who are perhaps a lot closer to being in this place or wherever they choose to be. We have students of the UWN Law School who are currently interning with the distinguished firm of Clark, Gittins and Farmer, of whose distinguished managing partner is our own, one of our partners, actually. I'm elevating him even further. He's so distinguished, but he just fits the frame, he just fits the profile. But Senator Kevin Boyce is a partner of the firm, and he is providing some leadership to these wonderful young people. Olius David, Micaiah Williams, and Satya Small. Welcome to you all. I wish you success in your legal career, and perhaps your legal career will find you sojourning somewhere in the Parliament. And if you don't want to be on one side or the other, be down the middle like the clerks of Parliament, all attorneys at law, and really serve this in a very substantial way. But the business of government in all its manifestations, not just political government, but the passing of laws, implementation, compliance, technical advice, international treaties, they're all rooted in law at the end of the day. So thank you for coming, and happy to have you. Not exactly visitors, this staff of the various government departments who service Parliament in its meeting and support their ministers and so on. But we do have the Director of National Insurance and Deputy Director. Director and Deputy, we're very, very happy to have you all as folks who they sit on, they're probably based on what they represent. They represent the highest net worth of anyone in here. Based on the portfolio which they manage. We're very happy to have you all today. Those are the end of announcements for today.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers, reports from select committees, questions to ministers, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate, and moved by Minister.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. That standing order is therefore suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the following bill, the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023.
The question is that the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023 be read the first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 2, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I rise to seek your permission to treat to items number 2 and 3 as a cognate debate for the purposes of today's sitting.
The question is that the Honorable Senate consider treating order number 2, which is the second reading of the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023, and order number 3, the second reading of the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023 as a cognate debate. And just to remind for clarity and for the purposes of our visitors, even though, if agreed, we'll have one debate on our second reading, the bills will be voted for individually as separate order number 2 and order number 3. So the question is that orders number 2 and 3 be treated as a cognate debate. All of us senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Therefore, treat to order number 2 and 3 in this second reading speeches. Senator Cummins. Oh, sorry. Order number, no, he's already called it. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very often when I rise in this chamber, depending on the issue that we're treating to, I do say things like I want to make a few brief remarks, or it is a simple issue for the consideration of the Senate. But today it is not quite so. Today we are dealing with an issue that has captured national attention and in fact is a debate that has been underway globally for some years. And we are speaking today to measures relating to our national insurance scheme. I want to frame my comments within a broad framework of social security and social security schemes and how they are being reformed globally. Mr. President, today the 2 bills that we're treating to as a cognate debate are the following, and I want to connect them, and I'm perhaps being a little bit more deliberate in my comments today because we have guests who you have already described as persons who we expect in some way, shape, or form to be sitting in this place at a later time. In fact, I have to say that in meeting Ms. Cave from the younger group that is here today, and going to introduce myself to each of the individual students joining us today, I was blown away by how confident and articulate each of them presented to me. Each of them said, my name is so-and-so and so-and-so. I am 9 years old and I'm from this school. And they reached out and they extended their hands in a very firm, not even a soft handshake, a firm handshake. And so I am confident that when I look around this room, not just in the faces of the interns of Senator Kevin Boyce from Clark Giddens and Farmer and the future attorneys at law being graduated from the Hugh Wooding Law School, that even in the faces of those younger persons with us today, not just with us today in the Senate as Class 2 students, Mr. President, but they're with us today as Class 2 students on a civics exercise in the middle of their summer holidays. I think that that is absolutely to be commended, both for their teachers and for their parents, and of course for the students. Well done to all of you. We are very honored to have you in our midst today. So on to the business of today's discussion, Mr. President. I just want perhaps to give a slight caveat. As you would recall, we had an adjournment last sitting, a planned adjournment for the purpose of being able to take a comprehensive briefing of the entire Senate on the issues relating to the bills which we are debating today. It was not something that was unplanned. Notice had been given over the weekend before that we were going to meet and adjourn and to take advantage of the presence of all senators in chamber to have the benefit of a presentation, which was an excellent presentation provided by Mr. Rawdon Adams, Deputy Chairman of the NIS, Ms. Kim Tudor, who is the head of the NIS, and we also had joining us on Zoom the actuarial consultant, Mr. Derry Osborne. And we were represented by every senator, whether physically present in the chamber or on Zoom online. That session was slated to begin at 11:30, hence our adjournment right after the convocation of the Senate, and it did not end until 2 p.m. And it is my hope that the excellent presentations that we had the benefit of from the team at the NIS would have provided even greater clarity to all of the members of the Honorable Senate. In fact, Mr. President, the ministry with responsibility for the NIS, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, has conducted, as we know, over the course of the last year plus, extensive consultations, town hall meetings with various groups of persons to ensure that there is not just a consultation to receive comments from persons, but also to share the findings of the various consultative reports, the actuarial reviews, and all of the members. And so I would not wish to have a misrepresentation of what we set out to do intentionally on Wednesday to continue to perpetuate itself. The Senate is a place of serious business, and we are fairly deliberate in all that we do. We plan our business quite carefully. And so I say for the final time, we had a dedicated, planned internal consultation with the Senate, all senators, government and independent senators, slated for 11:30 last Wednesday, and that was the sole reason for our adjournment. So now, having dispensed with that part of my business as leader of government business in the Senate, I want to get directly into the substance of our debate today. Mr. President, we are here today. There are two bills before us, and over the course of today's presentation, you will hear from various members, certainly on this side, about various aspects of this social security paradigm that is being built out under the leadership of an esteemed team that has been constituted to take responsibility for ushering us through. The first bill that is before us, Mr. President, is the establishment of a body corporate. We call it a corporate a state-owned enterprise. There has been an extensive discussion in the public space about state-owned reform, SOE reform. This is one of those instances, Mr. President, where a state-owned enterprise now is being created. In 2019, Mr. President, we passed through this chamber a Public Finance Management Act. And in the Public Finance Management Act, in the second schedule appended to that act, outlines what is described as a commercial state-owned enterprise. A commercial state-owned enterprise typically gets no monies from central government. It is self-sustaining, it finances its own operations, and it is independent even though it is a government entity. And it is expected, Mr. President, that this bill before us today would create the newest and perhaps one of the most important commercial state-owned enterprises in the Barbados landscape. So the National Insurance Scheme is being transitioned from what it is presently into a stand-alone corporate commercial state-owned enterprise. And what does that mean? Mr. President, I happen to also be the minister with responsibility for a few agencies that fall under central government. One of those agencies is CAIPO. You, Mr. President, have been a minister with responsibility for that said entity. It is a very difficult thing, and people may not see it, they may not know it until they have had to experience it. It is a very difficult thing, Mr. President, to be a minister or even a permanent secretary, oftentimes responsible for the administration of a given entity or department, and you have trained, competent professionals who have been equipped with the tools, not just academically. Our students have come out of law school, and you will discover that in addition to what you learn in the classroom, there is a period of learning on the ground, internal to a given organization, that cannot be taught outside of that space. Learning how to function in a given office with the rudiments of what comes before the office on a given day is a very precise thing. So learning on the job is critical. When you have departments, like a CAIPO, for example, where you have officers who have been trained in dealing with all post-incorporation issues, and they have been equipped and positioned to lead in various areas, and then for their own sometimes self-advancement, they may have the benefit of being transferred out into a higher post, into another ministry. And you may find that an officer who has spent 7 years, 10 years, being trained in the rudiments of what is being done in, say, a CAIPO, is transferred because there's an opportunity in the Ministry of Culture with Minister Monroe Knight. And all of a sudden, CAIPO has lost all of the institutional capacity that went along with that officer. They may find themselves transferred into the Ministry of Transport and Works. And all of a sudden, all of the competencies and the skills that have been developed in that officer, both academically and professionally, and experientially having learned on the job, they're gone from the department. In this instance, Mr. President, the National Insurance Scheme is equally faced with the same dilemma. You have a highly specialized area like Social Security, highly specialized group of people dealing with workers and employers alike who understand and have been taught on the job and professionally or academically how to treat to the issues of workers' rights, benefits, how to calculate various types of benefits under the various funds managed by the National Insurance Scheme. And then all of a sudden, they're transferred because they're a part of central government to Minister Monroe Knight over in culture or to MTW to manage the roads programs. And it leaves a dearth of experience in that institution. What is being created here, Mr. President, is not only about governance, about which we will speak over time. It is not only about independence and freedom from political interference, about which we will speak. It is not only, Mr. President, about ensuring effective management. We will speak about that too, Mr. President. But this is also about ensuring that our institutions are fit for purpose and equipped with professionals that are fit for the given role to which they have been assigned, and that they are not subject to the vagaries of public sector transfers into and out of the system. This is perhaps the most practical way of explaining it. So sometimes, Mr. President, you may have a person who may find another opportunity, and that is the nature of persons and their individual advancement. And many young people, and we'll talk about that during the course of today, I'm sure that one of my colleagues will speak about the types of evolution that we're seeing with young people in particular, the kinds of skills that they're going into and jobs, and what that means for our social security system. But, Mr. President, we are seeing more and more of our young people opting not to stay in jobs beyond a certain time. I hear a lot of younger people say 5 years, and that's it. They can't see themselves staying in any one place for more than 5 years. And I see some smiles coming back at me, so I know I may have struck a nerve. But my colleague is here saying to me, actually 2 is less than that. So I think even as we have a conversation around Social Security and future generations, we have to also bear in mind that there has been a cultural shift among younger generations, millennials and younger, about what constitutes long-term employment. The notion of staying in a job for 10, 15, 20, 30 years is not a real thing for persons under a certain age. They have a completely different construct. And so they want to be able to have the flexibility of planning for what comes later while still being in a position to explore all of their prospects while they are in the prime of their lives. And that is something that we have to encourage. So in this instance, Mr. President, the creation of the body corporate, now known as the National Insurance and Security, that will be found under the development of this National Insurance and Social Security Act, Mr. President, which will now be the service, will give effect to that. But then there are 3 things in particular that I want to focus on. What would be the function of it? It would manage the National Insurance Scheme as we know it, as devised by, as outlined by the Act, and it will continue to engage in a large cross-section of policy development work, including advising government and other public authorities on matters relating to the Act, responsible for the policy, organization, and administration of the system of national insurance, appointment of the staff, as I was speaking about, developing of policies for the prudent and efficient management of the fund, approving its budget, establishing an internal audit division, and so on. Mr. President, these are all things which are already done commonly in our existing suite of commercial state-owned enterprises. Among the suite of commercial state-owned enterprises, Mr. President, that many of us would know, I know some of our young people, when I was young, we used to want to go up by the airport and watch planes. The Grantley Adams International Airport is a commercial state-owned enterprise. The Bridgetown Port, many of us used to want to go and see the ships coming in, and sometimes in the middle of the tourist season, we're happy to see the big ships that you can see even from Gun Hill coming down. You see the big ships in the port. The Bridgetown Port is a commercial state-owned enterprise. It is run by a board, it finances itself from its own commercial opportunities, and on the basis of its balance sheet, it oftentimes goes to the market and borrows directly as a result of that independent status. That, Mr. President, is what is envisaged with this entity. But they are going to be managing, Mr. President, the National Insurance Scheme. The National Insurance Scheme, as we all know it to be, treats to the provision of Social Security, and that's where I want to situate the framing of my main comments today, Mr. President. We expect to have a number of persons who will be appointed in senior leadership roles, ranging from, Mr. President, investment officer, operations officer, people development officer, and so on. All of those are persons led by a chief executive officer that will be taking responsibility for leadership of the scheme itself and how it is managed. But why do we even have a national insurance scheme, Mr. President? What is it about? We are all such proud Barbadians, oftentimes, and we talk about it, and certainly the spectacle of Cop Over, the entire season, people talked about our culture and who we are and what we represent and what is important to Barbadians. These are all things that are part of Barbados, and sometimes, only sometimes, I pause to think about what life would have been if I had been born anywhere else in the world except my little rock. But the fact is, we are all Barbadians. We were born here, and we have to be proud of what successive governments have called the Barbadian social contract. The Barbadian social contract establishes a balance of social security measures as managed by the custodian of our social security system, the National Insurance Scheme, and a social protection suite of measures, which covers a broad range of things. And perhaps it was not a bad thing that our colleagues are here today as guests in the chamber, because as I prepared for today's debate and talking about what constitutes the Barbados social contract and why a country like ours would be, one, establishing a commercial state-owned enterprise to manage our social security programming, and then engaging in a broader reform process around that, I had to spend a few minutes looking at what we offer here in Barbados relative to anywhere else. And the first message that I want to leave here is that, as former Senator Adams said last week in our briefing in this chamber, when you're comparing, you gotta compare apples and apples. You can't compare apples and oranges. And oftentimes when we talk about political systems, we talk about the things that are in front of us. But in the US system, they have this, and in the EU, they have that, and in the UK, they have that. But are we comparing apples and apples? And I'm not talking about levels of development. I'm talking about, in this instance, under a social contract, are we comparing the level of benefits that Barbados' social security and our social protection mechanisms provide to us as citizens with apples? How many other countries in the world provide an equivalent level of social protection and social security to its citizens in the same way that Barbados does? And that is where I want to situate some of my comments. If I were to go, Mr. President, to the World Bank data, I spent a few minutes looking at the World Bank data. They use 2020, 2021 data. Barbados has one of the highest rates, not in the Caribbean, not in the Americas, not among developing countries, not among small states, but it has one of the highest rates in the world in terms of expenditure as a percentage of GDP on education. Close to 7% of our annual GDP, Mr. President, is spent on education. This is part of our social contract. This is part of our social contract with our people. We make sure we invest in our people. This is who we are, right? The Caribbean average, I've already said, it's about 7% of annual GDP. The Caribbean average of expenditure on education is 6%. The European average, large, industrialized, advanced economies with millions more people than we have on this rock, is 5.1%, Mr. President. Latin America, excluding the Caribbean, is 4.6%, and if we include the Caribbean, it's 4.2%. In North America, where many people want to go, and I'm sure many of you have gone on holiday or aspire to go on holiday or want to be able to go and see your family and friends who are there, the North American average is 5.6% and declining. And declining. They're spending less on education, whereas Barbados is spending more. The OECD, as Minister of International Business, oftentimes when I speak of the OECD, it is about defensive measures. But in this instance, the most advanced economies of the world, their rate of expenditure on education is 5.3%. We are extremely blessed, and depending on if you believe in luck, to have been born in this little country called Barbados. In healthcare, also part of our social contract, Mr. President, our rate is 7.4 and rising. The Caribbean average rate is only 6.8, Mr. President, and in most advanced economies, it is below 5% of annual GDP. So Barbados, by all independent measures, has an extensive social safety net and social security protections. I remember, Mr. President, I think I've spoken about this before, being a young student, going off to university at the time in Jamaica and not having any concept of what it meant for children as young as some of our visitors here not to be able to afford to go to school. So given the expenditure we are already having in Barbados as a percentage of GDP on education, we also have further social protections. Okay, so we are spending on primary, secondary, and tertiary level education for all Barbadians. And then we turn around if you're unable to pay for uniforms. There are waivers for uniforms, Mr. President. If we are unable, Mr. President, to pay for school fees, petty fees, which is what, $75 a year or something like that, there are waivers for that. If, Mr. President, we then want to get books, because you gotta get books, right? You must get books, certainly at the secondary school level. We have introduced something which is novel in the developing world, which is a textbook loan scheme. So the government buys the textbooks and you rent the textbooks on an annual basis. Our social protection mechanisms are extensive, Mr. President. We have made sure as a policy and as a government that the most vulnerable among us are always protected at all times, Mr. President. And that is important only because I want to bring us to the point where we get to the other end of the spectrum, Mr. President, where by the time we start to have a conversation around pensions and our elderly, we have equally to ensure that the most vulnerable among us are provided for. And that is where we now start to interrogate what is contained within our social security mechanisms. So social protections on the one hand and social security on the other. I found an interesting report, Mr. President, and it said this. It was the report is called the Social Protection Expenditure Review for Barbados. It was done by the International Labour Organization. And I want to read it for the benefit of the colleagues. It says this: Barbados has a long historical tradition of extended social protection programs. The ILO indicates that social insurance is relatively well developed in Barbados, social insurance, Social Security, NIS, relatively well developed in Barbados, covering all social security branches and having a coverage rate of over 90% of the labor force. Universal health care, I've just spoken about what we're spending on health care, is available for all residents through public provision. What does that mean? They can go into primary, secondary, and tertiary care at the cost of the state. Cost of the state, Mr. President. Social assistance and labor market schemes are also well developed in terms of the number of existing programs. In total, according to the Core Diagnostic Instrument exercise, the country has 41 programs, out of which non-contributory social assistance programs account for 16, while there are 9 non-contributory social care programs, 12 contributory programs, and 4 labor market programs. Despite the positive performance in terms of total initiatives and coverage of the population, the sector faces important challenges in a number of areas. It says this: the National Insurance Scheme is, for instance, experiencing initial financial pressures coming from increasing expenditures and stable revenues that place pressure, that put the issue of the sustainability of the model for the next 50 years on the table. The report goes on to say the large number of schemes that integrate social assistance complicates the overall administration of the sector, with potential problems in terms of coverage and efficiency, among other complications. The sector is therefore, and I'm quoting, at a critical moment to introduce reforms to enhance the cost effectiveness of the existing levels of spending. This is an ILO social sector report which was prepared on Barbados in, I'm trying to find the year so that you know, this is June 2022. The broad thematic area of work under the ILO is ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean. This is a 2022 June report by the ILO. So we know we're spending a lot on social protections. We know that the social protections, because they're so expansive, they then are having a deleterious impact on expenditure as a consequence of the extensive nature of our social assistance programs. And in turn, it places pressure on the national insurance scheme. Now, Mr. President, these are some of the things that I wanted to begin the framing on, for the simple reason, Mr. President, that it is important when we start to speak about why can't the government do this? Why can't the government do that? Why isn't the government paying for this? Mr. President, I want to put it to this honorable chamber today that the level of expenditure that the ILO themselves in its June 2022 has said on social assistance programs in Barbados, based on the independent assessment also of the World Bank in comparing how Barbados is spending on social protections, is in excess of most countries in the world. So it is impossible, therefore, for us to begin to compare Barbados with many other countries in the world, because we're not comparing apples with apples. We may be comparing apples with peaches or apples with pears. Because if in the United States, and I wanted to use countries that people aspire to a lot of times. If in the United States, Mr. President, the United States, I went back to the 1990s when their debate on NIS, on their Social Security reforms took place. In the 1990s, the debate was raging. The looming pressure that was expected to be placed ahead as a result of the baby boomers and that generation entering into retirement, and what that was going to mean for their Social Security protection system. It was found, I found a Brookings Institute report at the time that talked about the U.S. increase in its aging population, which was going to push up the burden of paying for Social Security. This is the U.S. And what was their Social Security? What constituted their Social Security? They had Social Security, yes. Then they had Medicare, they had Medicaid, and then there are a couple of other programs, Mr. President. Nearly all, this is a direct quote again from the Brookings Institution report, Mr. President, this is in the 1990s. Nearly all of the reform proposals at the time involved scaling back the provision of public assistance programs and public retirement benefits. I want to repeat that. Nearly all, not some and not others. Barbados in 2023 is not scaling back on education. In fact, we are increasing our expenditure on education. Barbados is not scaling back on healthcare. In fact, we are increasing our expenditure on healthcare. Barbados is not scaling back on any of the social protection measures that we have historically maintained and been proud of, because this is who we are. Barbados has not scaled back. Even in the conversation now on the Social Security reform and the measures which we will talk about during the course of today that are proposed in the Revitalization NIS report, Barbados has not proposed a scaling back of retirement benefits either. But yet in the 1990s, late 1990s, the great United States of America had all of their proposals around a scaling back. And they were taking advantage not of what they had found only domestically in their own market, Mr. President, but they were climbing the learning curve that had already been climbed by countries like Germany and Japan. Some of the largest economies in the world were scaling back on their social protections for people. Little Barbados, with far fewer people, with less income in GDP and per capita. Little Barbados, post-COVID, where $600 million came out of the bottom of our economy, where we increased social spending instead of reduced it. A little country like Barbados, even at this point in 2023, having begun this process over a year plus ago, is still not making any commitments at all to scale back benefits or social protections, because we have a social contract with our people. And that is what I'm talking about. We have a social contract with our people. But part of who we are, Mr. President, part of who we are requires us to interrogate that social contract, not for the purpose of scaling it back, but for the purpose, Mr. President, of rationalizing how we as citizens have framed our own expectations on the delivery of that social contract and the implementation of that social contract. Mr. President, in the same Brookings report that I went back to in the 1990s, it said something interesting, and I captured it because I wanted to share it here. Because sometimes, you know, like, I have a daughter, and my daughter is 24 years old, and I'm convinced that she thinks that everything began with this generation. It began and ended with this generation, so fashion is new for them. Oh, mommy, you don't understand what we go through, you know. Yeah, because I wasn't young, I born big. So they all think that it's all new. But even in development policy, oftentimes countries travel the same road at different points in history. And it's always important for us to go back. The conversation that we are having in Barbados today that has been triggered by a discussion on NIS, not just the creation of the corporate body that is before us, but the broader reform agenda, has resulted in a couple of conversations. 1997, this was written, not in 2023 Barbados. It said, countries face a choice among three broad alternatives in reforming their public retirement systems: increasing taxes to pay for a larger retired population, curtailing benefits to keep retirement programs affordable, or moving away from pay-as-you-go financing schemes towards advanced funding of future retirement obligations. This is 1997, Mr. President. This is not speaking about Barbados in 2023. This is 1997 in the United States. It went on to say, the debate over the comparative merits of increasing taxes or cutting benefits is inherently divisive, because it forces generations and income classes into conflict over which group will have to make the larger sacrifice in order to maintain the solvency of the retirement system. Mr. President, this is a Brookings Institution report of 1997 speaking of the United States, but it is equally applicable today to 2023 Barbados on the NIS. A question of reforming the NIS, even without any proposal on scaling back benefits or increasing taxes, is inherently divisive. It causes people to go into conflict between the generations and income classes. But them got more, Mr. President, so them should pay more. Them ain't paying enough, Mr. President, but they're drawing down, so them should be able to carry the burden, Mr. President. Why am I carrying the burden for them, Mr. President? But we should increase the taxes on the employers, Mr. President. The employers should pay more, but who the employers pay more from? Because it is all one Barbados. It is still all one Barbados. And when you say the government should, let us be clear what constitutes the government. The government don't own a business, not one. The government does not trade, don't sell a thing. The government provides services to its people, and if you are in Barbados, you have a social contract that causes you to spend on social assistance and social protection programs that is over and above what you are earning. So when you say the government should do this, let us be clear, because we also have a hate-hate relationship with taxes. So the government's revenue comes from taxes either from me and you as working class people, or it comes from taxes from businesses owned by you, or alternately run by you, or you work for the businesses. So one way or the other, you are attempting to dip into the same pot a couple of times by saying the government should. And if you consider the social protection platform that I have laid the context for my statements on, Mr. President, you have to consider that the government should has an implication for your social contract. And since the government has made a series of decisions on that social contract, certainly this administration has made it absolutely clear that there will be no scaling back of our social contract with our people, that we are committed to putting people first. This government is perhaps above all else a labor government. We put workers first. We put workers at the center of our discussion. And so, Mr. President, there can be no scaling back of benefits, but there has to be, at the same time, the balance of rights, which we are guaranteeing, and responsibilities. There was a Calypso song that I know that if my colleague, Senator Rogers, was not at his Wednesday morning service, he would probably be able to give me the words to, and I'm probably going to be inaccurate in saying it, but you can't get, well, you want something for nothing? She can't, what? Something along the lines of something for nothing. You can't get all for nothing. You can't get all for nothing. You can't get all for nothing, Mr. President. And that's a hate relationship that we have with taxes. We don't want to pay more taxes, but we still want to be able to maintain the same level of benefits. Mr. President, I was one, and most of us in here would have been one of the people who, when there was a scaling back in support for young budding professionals like those who are joining us today from Hugh Wooding, from paying University of the West Indies fees, then, Mr. President, we would have been one of the ones that said, but you can't do that. That's the future, that's young people, that's a social contract. I saw today in the newspaper that there is an increase in fees, tuition fees for UWI students. Again, Mr. President, we're real lucky and blessed, depending on what you believe in, because I remember being a young student too at the Mona campus and seeing notices just like that, increases in university tuition fees, Mr. President. But you know what? I had the comfort of knowing that don't affect me because my government is paying my tuition. Tuition fees paid for by the government of Barbados. But as a young university student, see me outside in my supposed battle gear and fatigues, facing down policemen with heavy artillery in Jamaica on the streets of Kingston, joining my CARICOM colleagues in protest at the increase in tuition fees to UE. Because while it did not affect me personally, it affected them because their governments did not pay their tuition in the same way mine did. So they were, in some cases, facing the choice of where they're going to find this extra money, or in some cases, drop out because they can't afford it. Barbadians haven't had to make those kinds of difficult choices, certainly for the most part of our post-independence life. We haven't had to make those choices. But what I'm toying with in my mind, and I've thought about it in a number of different incarnations, I wonder what it would be, Mr. President, if we showed Barbadians what it really costs to maintain the services that we take for granted. Because unless I'm standing in a queue at places like healthcare institutions or education institutions or various social protection programs and having to fork money out of my purse or ask somebody to help, I don't really register that there is still a cost, even if not a direct cost to me. It is an indirect cost because the government has paid for it. So if I were to go and get surgery at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, I may be vexed that I gotta wait long, or I may be vexed it gets rescheduled, but I don't pull my pocket really for anything. It's paid for by somebody, and that somebody is the government of Barbados by taxes. The taxes we don't want to get increased. And equally so, Mr. President, here it is that in 2023, we are forced into a discussion around making critical decisions to ensure that we are able to protect our social security system. We have before us a suite of the governance mechanisms that are being proposed in the order establishing the body corporate, and we will go through some of those. I want to specifically focus, Mr. President, for a moment on the investment committee, because the investment committee is critical. The investment committee then becomes a custodian of the investment policy. And the investment policy then creates that balance, Mr. President, between how the gap between contributions and expenditure of the NIS will then be closed by an effective investment policy of the NIS. Mr. President, my mother and I were having this conversation earlier up in the week. Well, maybe not earlier up in the week. It had to be late last week, because earlier up in the week I was on the road. But last week, somewhere around there, we were having this conversation. And she was saying to me, in trying to rationalize it, because she's already retired, and she was saying to me, but Lisa, when I put my money in the bank, I don't know what the bank is doing with it. And I was reminding her of a friend of mine who years ago used to work in one of the investment sections of one of the local commercial banks. And my friend would say, oh, I only have 500 million to invest today. That's not a lot. And the monies that we deposit into the commercial banks, they use in investments. But you get back less than 1% in interest on your money in the bank, though. I said to her, she said to me, but when I put my money in the bank, I don't ask the bank whether it's invested. I be quarreling about is the line long, and if I got to pay fees at the teller, or if I got to pay fees at the ATM for charging at a different ATM. Those are the things I think about, but I don't think about where the money is being invested to make money for the bank while giving me less than 1%. And she said to me, so in the same way with the NIS, why am I even having a conversation around what the NIS does to invest in the fund? Because in this instance, they're not using the investment for their own benefit. They're using it to pump back into the Social Security system. That was her very casual way of looking at it. Perhaps not the most accurate, but it was her very casual way of looking at it. I thought she was onto something. We have to be concerned about the investment committee's work. We do have to be concerned about the investment policy and what the framing of the NIS system is. We do have to be concerned about those things. And it is for those reasons that there is a comprehensive governance reform that is captured in this bill. In the investment committee, how it is meant to function, how it reports into the system, how it is composed, how we're supposed to deal with things like vesting of assets, and so on. And now I have made a complete muddle of the words of a calypso that I wanted to get right. Senator Rogers has now joined us when I needed his help earlier on calypso, calypso words. So, Mr. President, there are a number of reform measures that are proposed. That is not what we are debating today. We're not talking about the changes in the retirement age as proposed in the ministerial statement. Those things are not in the bill. However, the ministerial statement has taken the opportunity to go into those proposed details that this entity, the National Insurance Service, will be charged with responsibility for shepherding through the system. So, Mr. President, in summary, I just, however, do want to list what those measures are as proposed by the Honorable Minister in the other place, and I will, my colleagues will go into the details a little bit more in the course of their own presentations. One, Mr. President, despite what countries like the United States proposed back in 1997, and then in 2020, and then in 2022, is scaling back of all benefits. The first and perhaps most important finding of the revitalization report is that there is to be no increase in the contribution rate for employers or employees. That's the first thing. Barbados has not gone in the direction of increasing the contributions. We could not have done so. Secondly, Mr. President, there is a 1-year increase proposed in the pensionable age in 2 steps. The 1-step process will be moving it from 67, as it is presently, to 67.5 years in 2028. So not tomorrow, not next year, but in 2028, and 68 in 2034. So there is adequate time to plan, and we will talk a little bit about what that opportunity will present during the course of the rest of today's sitting. There is a change also in the qualification time period for a reduced pension in 3 steps, 61 by 2025, 62 by 2028, and 63 by 2031. There were also changes in the pension formulae for future old age contributory pensions, which allows for changes to be made with that regard in terms of people qualifying for full pension after 40 years. And so that is one of the changes. And then there's an increase in the number of contributions required and so on. Then, Mr. President, you will recall that after the estimates of expenditure last year, we did come back with a number of amendments to legislation, including the cost of living resolutions to give effect to the salary increases, the 5% salary increases. There was also among those measures, Mr. President, a cost of living adjustment for pensioners. We did that earlier in the year as part of the estimates, and that is also inbuilt. A cost of living adjustment is inbuilt into the new recommendations, and I've already spoken about the national insurance transitioning and the investment policy and financing policy. Then we have two final elements here, Mr. President, not, again, as I said, being debated here, but a change to the wages used to calculate pensions from the best 5 years to the best 10 years, and then finally, to increase the early reduction and late adjustment factors from 6 to 9% per annum. Mr. President, those are the primary elements contained within the reform proposals that this board, which is being created, will cover. The second bill, Mr. President, speaks to a contributory pension for certain categories of public officers. You have identified which categories they are. They include persons who are teachers, for example, public service, public employees, and so on. Teachers in Secondary Schools Pensions Act would have some changes there. Statutory Boards Pensions Act. And so that is the second piece of legislation that we are amending here today. Mr. President, I just want, in my final comments on this point, to end somewhat where I started. We have an amazing country that has developed a historical and maintained a contemporary social contract with its people. Even in the most difficult of times, we have maintained that social contract, Mr. President. We have heard from the Honorable Prime Minister about the work of the Population Commission, and we've heard about the findings of the various reporting of, at different points in time. I believe ECLAC, I also found an interesting report of ECLAC, which gave us the population pyramid. We are, for the first time, Mr. President, having a declining population. Barbados is not what it used to be. I mean, we cannot, you know how you used to go by your grandmother. I used to enjoy going by, older family members and sitting down and hearing the stories of the good old days and what it was like when they used to be, when they were young and when they were growing up. Mr. President, development policy is not static. And while sometimes different scenarios may present themselves in different ways at different times, time always must make a difference. What a country could have done 20 years ago, they cannot necessarily do now. What a country could have done in response to a given measure 10 years ago, maybe circumscribed by entirely different circumstances. No, Mr. President, because time, everything has to be divided by time. And so right now, Mr. President, Barbados's unique dynamics at this stage of the National Insurance Scheme, they are completely different to when the NIS was established in 1967. We now have an aging population. Our demographics are changing. We have fewer young people entering the formal workforce. We've spoken about that already. And when you enter the formal workforce, you're not necessarily spending a long time in that formal workforce. You want to be able to do your own thing. The demographics of how people approach work, the future of work, which is also the subject of an ILO report, is so different now. And so we now have a national insurance fund whose expenditure has outstripped its contributions. What we are taking into the National Insurance Fund is less than we are spending. Imagine if it is in your personal budget, Mr. President, and I want to take the opportunity just to break it down for our younger members who are visiting with us today. If your parent, mommy or daddy, gives you $5 to take to school, and that's supposed to last you for the day to buy some lunch, and I'm using a conservative number deliberately, but I know that some young people may get $20 or $50, even more on a daily basis. But if mommy gives you $5 a day, and you go to school and you spend $12, you can't spend $12 because you only have $5 unless you borrow it from somebody. So there has to be a conversation that Barbados has equally with the NIS, which is what we're doing now, about how much we spend in order to supply that, to meet the needs of that social contract that we have committed on to people, and how much we take in. How much are the contributions which we're not increasing? We don't want to increase taxes, so we got to pay for it somewhere. And we have to have a logical conversation about it, so not an emotive. I feel, but I would like I still want. Is that logical? Is it realistic to expect it, given what we have already outlined is our social compact? Is it logical? Is it realistic based on what we already know is our expenditure as a country relative to countries that earn far more than we do? Is it logical? Is it reasonable, Mr. President, for us to be able then to say, what are we proposing to take money away from? Are we proposing we're going to defund education? Are we proposing to defund something else that is equally important to Barbadians at all stages of our development? So we have to make some difficult decisions. And one thing I am clear on is that a government that came to office in 2018, Mr. President, facing terrible financial and fiscal circumstances in a country and made difficult decisions immediately and taught the country through it. A government, Mr. President, that faced a pandemic, the first since the 1930s, and made difficult decisions and taught the country through it. A government, Mr. President, that had the first hurricane since the 1960s and made difficult decisions and taught the country through it. And now is in a position, Mr. President, where you are in recovery mode with a 3.5% growth rate, despite all of those things, Mr. President. A government who has to make decisions on the reform of the National Insurance Scheme is going to make difficult decisions in the interest of our country and with full regard for our social compact with our people, and we will talk the country through it. That has been our way, Mr. President, from the day we took office. And as long as we are in service to our people and the custodians of the social contract that we have maintained for all of our time with our people, Mr. President, the National Insurance Scheme, these bills before us, the reform measures that are ahead of us, Mr. President, that will come over the course of time, they will be in the interest of all Barbadians, and in particular, with a view to protecting the most vulnerable among us, because that is the nature of our social security system, but it is who we are, Mr. President. And with these few words, I'm obliged to you, and I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator, sorry? Mr. Dr. Shambro, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I welcome our guests here with us this morning, I think that perhaps if one believed in coincidence, that we would say that it is a good coincidence that they are here with us this morning as we debate these amendments having to do with our national insurance and social security. Because essentially what we are debating and talking about is really a generational contract. It is really about the extent to which we have a national security system that provides not only for us, but more importantly, for the future generation. It is a debate that calls for a level of courage and governance, and it is a debate that is also at the same time national, because it embraces and impacts all of us. And I say that deliberately, Mr. President, because there's often a view that when we are in this place and in the other place, as policymakers and as politicians, that somehow we are divorced from the decisions that we make, that we are making policy for other people that somehow doesn't touch us and impact on us. And I look at these young people in here and I see a reflection of my daughter, cousins, grandchildren. No, but I'm saying I can see that reflection for all of us here. And that is important, that, Mr. President, that we appreciate that the policies and the decisions that we make here, although difficult, and that is the weight that we carry as part of the governance framework to make difficult decisions, that those ramifications touch us. So that in the context of decision making, we are not doing so thoughtlessly, we're not doing so because we just have a bright idea, but because fundamentally we have a charge and a responsibility, not only, as I said before, Mr. President, for ourselves, but to honor that generational contract to ensure the future. And therefore, Mr. President, I appreciate the sensitivity with which this issue is to be treated. I appreciate the level of concern and angst in the context of the debate that is going on within the society. Because fundamentally, Mr. President, our social security system is part of the very bedrock of our social democratic system. It is part of the legacy of post-colonial societies that very much still carry the scars of that heritage. A society that still bears some of the scars of exploitation of workers and disenfranchisement. And in some instances, Mr. President, that level of disenfranchisement exploitation still happens today. We are a society that is still contending with building equity and addressing persistent generational poverty. So that our social security system stands within that context, it stands within that background, and was intended to stand as a buffer also against that legacy and against that history. It is for this reason that when we talk about our social security system, it becomes sensitive because it is very much tied to every single navel string in this country, because it means that much to us. And if we say, Mr. President, that the peg of the Barbados dollar against the US is the holy grail, then our social security system is even higher, is even more fundamental to all of us. And therefore, we are all impacted, Mr. President, by this debate and by this discussion. Mr. President, the National Insurance Scheme was developed in 1967, but it was built on a framework in which this country had some level of history in terms of providing relief. We started in the 1800s with the Poor Law Relief Act, and we've seen an expansion of the National Insurance Framework, Mr. President. In 1967, though, I want to be able to contextualize where we are. We were on the cusp of the first anniversary of independence. We also had a country in which the population was growing. If you look at the statistics at that time, we had 5,537 births and 2,045 deaths. When we look at the population statistics at that time, some more, in 1960, the population was 232,000. In 1970, it was 237,000. In 1975, it was 255,000, and it stayed around that average throughout the 1980s into the 1990s. In 1993, we were at 264,000. We had a population that was growing. And that population that was growing also led to buoyancy in the context of the economy as well. A productive population at work fuels, in good circumstances, a buoyant economy. Life expectancy at that time, Mr. President, due to living conditions, was 68, and the pensionable age was then set at 60, so that there was an 8-year gap. So I got my pension at 60 with the expectation, roughly, that I would live about 8 years, so that people were drawing down from a pension scheme within the context of hoping then to be able to enjoy that life for roughly about an 8-year period. Mr. President, if we look at the actual NIS statistics for that same period when we started, and that in the context of looking at the contributions versus the expenditure. In 1969, the contribution income was 5.8 million. The total expenditure, however, was 0.8 million. And Mr. President, I won't go through all of them, but I have from 1969 right down to 1995. In 1993, the contribution income was 63.6 million, and the expenditure was 85.4. The demographics begin to change. So we come through a period of between 1969 right down to about 1991 or so, where you have contributions exceeding expenditure, and then we begin to see a slow shift in the other direction. And then we go then down to 1994, where the contribution expenditure was 169.2 million, and the total expenditure 170.4 million. To say all of that, Mr. President, is that the National Insurance
So
Scheme
just for
doesn't
clarity,
operate.
I think the main contribution income was
Income,
63.
sorry.
And yes, so you just want to repeat for the record.
Yes, let me make that last point again, Mr. President. So I think I was saying that, and I quoted the figures from the contribution income from 1994 at 169.2 million, and the total expenditure of 170.4, so that in that context, expenditure then began to exceed the contribution income. And I was suggesting that it was important to note that, because what it says to us that the National Insurance Scheme responds to prevailing conditions. It doesn't exist outside of society, but it responds to how well we are doing, or importantly, Mr. President, how well we are actually growing. Mr. President, I liken the operations of the NIS a bit, somewhat to a susu. And I don't know if the young people here know what a susu is, or I've heard the word the susu. Meet and turn. Or the meet and turn may be closer to what that generation may understand. It's a traditional way of savings, right? So we pool all of our money together in order to get some benefit, not immediately, but later down. So if all of us in here put our money together, and then we decide who will get what over a period of time. So I may begin to make contributions to my meet and turn in January, but I will not see my money until December. Yeah? So that money is pooled, but the benefit, one, doesn't just accrue to me, but to everybody else who is part of that meet and turn over time. And that is an important principle, Mr. President. It's an important principle in the context of how our NIS regime functions. It functions well if members are actually paying in their money into the meet and turn, meeting their commitments, paying in at the same time, so that we all can benefit in the long run. If people don't pay in, then we run into trouble, we run into crisis. And the amount that we receive is also dependent on the number of persons who pay in and who join the meet and turn or the susu. And similarly, in the context of our national insurance scheme, we need to have a sufficient base in the meet and turn in order for it to function effectively and to make sure that it will continue to deliver the benefits for those who are part of the arrangement, Mr. President. We have had a number of changes to the National Insurance Scheme since 1967. We've seen a number of changes that broaden the base, that broaden the slew and the suites of benefits that could occur in the context of the insurance scheme. But we've also seen, Mr. President, measures that have been about ensuring that the scheme remains, and the fund remains sustainable. Mr. President, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Oren Arthur, God continue to rest his soul, in the presentation of his financial and economic policies in 2002, commented at the time that the fund was at its soundest footing in 35 years. This is 2002. At that time, the investment portfolio was growing. He quoted and he noted it as being at 1.5 billion. But even as the country was facing an economic contraction after a long period of growth, the then Prime Minister, and I quote, "However, this mandate handed to the managers of the Social Security system the world over does not merely concern itself with current financial viability, but also is framed to look considerably into the future and to ensure similar security and viability for the current working population and the nation's children." The fund was not in trouble. The fund was not in crisis. But then Prime Minister Oren Arthur in 2002 was saying to us that we needed to look beyond the current. And he was speaking to the generational contract, that responsibility that we had to ensure the future for the coming generations. Mr. President, at that time, the 10th actuarial report on the function of the scheme showed that there would be depletion of the scheme in 2032. The former Prime Minister, who was, as we all know, an esteemed economist, went on to say, "I must stress at this point, that this eventuality is driven only, Mr. President, to a limited extent by economic and financial influences," and I make the point, again, that at that time, the economy, as was indicated, was going through a contraction after a long period of growth. The then Prime Minister said, "It is driven only to a limited extent by economic and financial influences, but is almost exclusively due to the current demographic metamorphosis our nation is undergoing." The then Prime Minister continued, "Because of the absolutely vital role our national insurance scheme plays in the lives of practically every one of our nation's citizens, this transformation requires considered, early, and radical action." That was in 2002. For a fund that the 10th actuarial report said would be depleted in 2032, the then Prime Minister was saying to us, we needed to act. And act, the then Prime Minister did, because he announced in that same speech a slew of measures that framed our current national insurance scheme. So, Mr. President, we are here 21 years later facing a similar moment, but perhaps within a different context, because of a hope that I've shared is that the function and well-being of the scheme responds to particular contexts, so that there are those that would suggest to us that the then Prime Minister fixed everything in 2002, and therefore there is nothing that should be done, it shouldn't be tinkered with because a fix was applied. Mr. President, I would agree, because in 2002, we did see a rebound of the national insurance scheme going on when the measures started to be implemented from 2006. But it was within a particular context. At that time, the then Prime Minister could not have seen the level of demographic deficit that we are having now. He could not have seen the impact of COVID-19. He was not that good, Mr. President. He was good, but he was not that good. So that the pronouncements and the fix that was applied in 2002, it cannot be suggested if within this context, 21 years later, different circumstances, Mr. President, that we should not now adjust to the context that we have. In fact, Mr. President, the record would show that the 15th Actuarial Report identified at that time that there was an emerging problem that needed to be addressed, Mr. President. That 15th Actuarial Report noted that the fund, Mr. President, was in jeopardy. It indicated that the number of NAS contributions declined sharply to its lowest since 1998, while payouts for all benefits increased. And it said, Mr. President, that the National Insurance Fund expenditure outstripped contributions in 2014 for the first time since 1997, Mr. President, since 1997. If I go on to say, Mr. President, that report further said that at that time the administration was acting against the advice of the actuary, then I would be accused of making a partisan comment. I'm not making a partisan comment, I'm quoting fact. The actuary is not an appointee of government. The actuary is an independent arbiter, producing an independent report. It is fact. It is available on the National Insurance website, Mr. President, for all to see. I can quote you page and paragraph. It is there and as a matter of fundamental record, Mr. President. So again, to suggest again that a fix was applied and nothing to be done, when in fact we have in the context of the actuarial report pinpoints that say to us something was going wrong. The failure of the administration, Mr. President, in 2014 to act on what was indicated in that report is also a matter of public record. But this government, Mr. President, this government that we serve on this side, that is not who we are. That is not who this administration is. The 17th Actuarial Report has identified again a problem, has said to us that in the context of where we are now, that between 2034 and 2041, we face a depletion of the fund and therefore urgent reform measures are needed. It would be irresponsible of this government to ignore what has been put before us, to ignore the generational contract and responsibility, Mr. President, we have. That is not good governance, Mr. President. It is not good governance. The mettle of this administration is not one to run away from difficult situations and difficult dialogues, Mr. President. That is why we are engaging in educational reform. That is why we are bringing comprehensive child justice and child protection legislation. That is why we are bringing back integrity legislation, Mr. President. Because courage, and the courage to govern in the face of difficulty, is the mettle of this administration. And it is the mettle that we will carry in the context of this debate and the reform measures that are needed to make sure that the NAS maintains sustainability. Mr. President, I want to also say, as the leader of government business indicated, that this is not a new problem or challenge. This is not one that applies only to Barbados. This is a phenomenon that is facing countries globally. The leader of government business quoted a number of reports that she referred to as well, Mr. President. As early as 2011, and I'm sure there are earlier ones, the IMF had a paper which showed, or rather discussed, that the issue of pension reform will become one of the most pressing challenges for advanced and emerging economies, and noted that pension reform can help to prevent a worsening of generational inequity and also as well serve to provide greater policy space for public investment. In 2020, there's also a paper coming out of the European Union that examined pension schemes across the European Union and notes, importantly, Mr. President, that the demographic factors and economic conditions are raising concerns about the sustainability of pension schemes. And the report went on to say a number of things, but importantly as well, it raised the point that the demographic challenge would eventually come to the point where over the long term, the gap between income, which households expect to receive at retirement, and the income which pension schemes are effectively able to pay will become even more significant. It is a challenge, Mr. President, that the globe is facing, that the region is facing as well. Mr. President, so much so that countries in Europe with the same dilemma have started to look at different ways of how to tackle this issue, with some of them looking to formally tie life expectancy to the age of retirement. So that the Netherlands, for instance, are projecting a retirement age of 70 by 2040. But at the same time, I also want to note that where we think that the retirement age is static, it can be adjusted as well depending again on the particular context. So we have examples of, for instance, where 70 was the retirement age in Ireland until the early 1980s and in Norway until the early 1970s. It came down in both, and once again, it is projected to rise once more. And in both of those instances, Mr. President, demography is the driver. Population is the driver. And it is important to know that, Mr. President, because we will consider, and we have been asked to consider, whether or not we can look at other things, whether or not there are other reasons for the depletion of the fund at this point. And there are a number of factors and a number of things that we can do. But the fundamental driver, there are a number of determinants. We can look at factors, but then we have to identify what is the main determining factor. What is the one that will have the most impact on all of the others? And that factor, Mr. President, is population dynamics. Barbados' social security system is relatively more mature than others, not only in the region, but internationally as well. It is not only more mature, Mr. President, it is more expansive. We provide sickness benefit, maternity, unemployment, old age, invalidity, funeral benefit, including, Mr. President, a non-contributing pension paid out of the consolidated fund. Additionally, our system is one of the most generous regionally and comparatively internationally as well. So while it is true that we have the highest contribution rate at 18.3% when you look at regional comparisons, we also have the region's highest minimum pension at $1,053. And I'll use US dollars only for the sake of comparison. So that's about US $526. The second highest minimum pension in the region, Mr. President, is Trinidad at $450. And the third highest, Mr. President, is Bahamas at US $346, Mr. President. The most expansive and the most generous. And that's in the region. but globally as well. Globally as well, Mr. President. We stand positively in the context of comparison. So if you look, for instance, at Saudi Arabia, which have a higher fertility rate as well as positive population dynamics, they provide, Mr. President, USD $526 as their minimum pension against ours at the same small island state, lower population, lower GDP, and we are providing a pension on par, Mr. President. We do it within 15 years only. And there are only 6 other countries that provide as generous a pension scheme as ours. We are, Mr. President, more generous than Spain. While many schemes are running now to 20 years, again, we are at 15. France, the second most productive economy. In their system, you have to work 43 years. 43 years. As opposed to 40 years, even though they have capped their eligibility age at 64. In Barbados, 35 years of work will allow you to achieve the maximum. Mr. President, I note that my time is slowly drawing to an end. But I want to say as well that if you look at regional comparisons, Trinidad and Tobago's last actuarial review projected the depletion of its fund in 2035. Trinidad and Tobago raised its contribution rate 8 times raised its contribution rate 8 times since 2000, in 23 years. And a paper from the Central Bank considering options for reform spoke to increasing the qualifying period from 750 weeks to 1,001 in Trinidad and Tobago, the region's second oldest population after Barbados. Mr. President, there are those that would suggest that we can't compare because our cost of living is higher. But we also as well have made provision for that. The calculation for our minimum pension is also as well tied, Mr. President, to our wages and price index and ensuring that we allow people to remain above the poverty line. Based on the last study on the living conditions in Barbados, that poverty line was set at $642.53 per month. Our minimum pension, Mr. President, is $1,053, way above the minimum pension, Mr. President. And again, if we look at one of the amendments before us, we would see again that we have, as the leader of government has spoken to, the cost of living increase in contributing pension, a provision made for adjustments to be made based on the rate of inflation as directed. Mr. President, as I close, I want to again come back to perhaps where I started, and that notion of that generational contract, that notion of what good governance is about, that notion of the fact that we must face the challenges that we have before us head on, not because they're going to be comfortable, Mr. President. Governance is not always about being comfortable. I want to say as well that in the context of this discussion and the reform measures, that the government sought, as was indicated, to consult heavily, and there are those, Mr. President, and I must say, one of the things about being involved, sometimes at this level, is the high level of dishonesty with which people will speak just for political expediency and to make a point, Mr. President. You are invited to a meeting where you can be part of the decision-making process, where you can hear the recommendations. You don't turn up, but then get and shout all over the place that you don't know nothing about what's going on after you have received an invitation and were initially consulted, and there are minutes, Mr. President, to prove that you were initially consulted in that discussion. It is a dishonest discussion, Mr. President. I have the dates here. The dates here.
And of course, just for clarity, you're not referring to any member of any honorable
Absolutely not. I have
Senate or the House.
Absolutely
By definition.
not.
Thank you.
Absolutely not. I don't think I have said anything that would suggest that I am speaking to any member of the House, Mr. President. I have the dates here of all the consultations and who were met with, Mr. President. From the faith-based organizations, to the Democratic Labour Party, to the APP, to the BW Executive Council, to the UPW BART, Caswell Franklin on August 4th, media managers, town hall meetings, dates here, Mr. President, and like I said, minutes for every meeting that was had. You can go on the NIS website as well, and you're able then to even download all the town hall meetings. Mr. President, I close on this point as well, because fundamentally, again, we have to address this honest conversation. We had these consultations, yes, to inform people of the actual report. But then we then put together a core group, a representative core group, Mr. President, a representative and an expert core group, Mr. President. Rod Adams, Wismar Graves, a former deputy chairman of the NIS. Sir Roy Trotman, Marcia Cattle, a former minister of economic affairs, but an economist in her own right. Professor Justin Robertson, who was the former chair of the NIS under a former administration. We ain't patting it, Mr. President. Senator Crystal Drakes, an independent senator and a respected economist in her own right, and the actuary, Derek Osborne. And that didn't stop there. There was a working committee. There was an advisory committee as well, Mr. President, also representative and made up of all of the sectors, again, Mr. President, that were important. And it was those consultations, those meetings, those dialogues that have led us here, Mr. President, to this point. We have been faithful to the public trust of consultation and of dialogue. We have been faithful, Mr. President. Mr. President, I see you're looking again at the clock. So that tells me again, Mr. President, that I am in danger of running over my time. And he's telling me to wrap up now. Mr. President, I am passionate about this debate. I'm always passionate about everything that we debate in this House because, again, the weight of the responsibility of what we do as policymakers is always important. And perhaps a little bit more passionate about this, again, because of the generational question. Because I have a dad who receives invalidity pension, but no pension because he was not eligible. And I understand the vulnerability of that. I'm a little bit more passionate because as Minister of Culture, with a sector in which we have lots of people who are themselves vulnerable. And I made that comment to say that it is important for our cultural artists as well to realize that situations change, that they too will become vulnerable, and they too can end up in a situation in which they have nothing. And that the decision, therefore, that we take to act is a personal one. It has a personal impact. This is not a nameless piece of legislation, of reform measures, Mr. President. It's personal because it impacts livelihoods for generations. And therefore, Mr. President, as I close, again, I ask the Honourable Chamber, I say to the Honourable Chamber, we must do the right thing. I thank you, Mr. President. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to the Chamber and Also, good afternoon to our guests and the young ones behind me, a special good afternoon. I will not keep you too long from your lunch, but sometimes this is the course we have to take when we are debating such matters of public importance, which today we definitely are. Mr. President, the leader of government business said something that stuck with me, and it is something I want to reiterate. Whenever you talk about pensions, it is inherently divisive. It truly is. And at the end of the day, nobody wants to carry the burden, whether it's the ones who are already receiving a pension or the ones who are of working age who have to contribute to the pot of funds that is going towards pension benefits or benefits, Social Security benefits in general. But sir, one of the things that I want to start by saying is that, first of all, pensions in general are a very modern construct. Prior to the industrial age, there was no such thing as a pension. It evolved out of the industrial era that was said earlier, that you had this large group of persons who came out of the war. You had persons now who, because the base of the economy had changed from agricultural to manufacturing, and you had to find some way of providing some type of protection for them. And Mr. President, it was not until in the 1930s that the US instituted universal coverage for its workers under an act called the Sterling-LeBob Act. And that was in 1920, sorry, Mr. President, that covered 300 federal employees under their Social Security scheme. So when we have this debate, it is also in the context of the times that we're also living in. We are now moving into what we call a postmodern era. We're coming out of heavy manufacturing into services, and what does that mean for the labor force and the movement of persons in and out of the labor force and the contracts that determine, what our service is and how do you enter into a contract of service and the like, Mr. President. But as was stated earlier, our scheme clearly then started in 1967 under a very different demographic context and also economic as well, Mr. President. And what we heard just now in the honorable members, the former contribution that Senator Monroe Knight stated, is this constant evolution that has been occurring as it relates to our national insurance scheme. And Mr. President, the debate that we are having today, I think we have to start from the premise that we have to do something right now to mitigate problems in the future based on the design of the fund, Mr. President. And I want to make my contribution based on looking at the problem that we face in two ways. It was mentioned earlier in the former contributions, but I want to drill down into one, sir, the design of the fund. That is the technical parameters that make up how the fund works, sir, and then also looking at the governance of the national insurance scheme and how it relates to credibility issues. How it relates to credibility issues, Mr. President. Mr. President, first, the design of the fund. The 17th actuarial report has stated that the fund is at risk because there is a widening of the gap between the fund's income, and we heard this earlier, the fund's income, contributions, and investment income, and expenditure, total expenditure, all the benefits that are paid out of the fund. So whatever measures that we have to take now, Mr. President, the aim is to close the gap between contribution income and the benefit expenditure. That is the sole aim, the premise by which we have to take measures to mitigate any future collapse of the fund. And sir, we have to take those measures in the context that it is not just something that we do now, momentarily, but it has to be continuous, Mr. President. But what is driving that gap? And I'm sorry that Senator Monroe Knight did not go into more detail, but I will try to do so, Mr. President. What is driving this gap? And she spoke about the gap in relation to the 90s, but I will move forward from 2016. Mr. President, in 2002, since 2002, the benefits expenditure of the fund have moved from 285 million to 817 million in 2021. That is a compound annual growth rate of 6.4% in benefits expenditure. Remember, benefits expenditure is the money that is being paid out. The money that is being paid out, 93% of the money being paid out is to pensions. So you have benefit expenditures increasing from 2002 to 2021 by 6.4%, and 93% of that, you can call it almost all of it, is to old age contributory pension. Mr. President, and why is that happening? As we move deeper into why these things are occurring, why is that happening? Sir, there's an increase in the population claiming retirement benefits, longer life expectancy among retired population. And we heard last week, which was a statistic that even startled me when I heard it, 52% of persons who retired in 2000, 23 years ago, are still receiving a pension today. So there is a combination of things that are happening with the fund and around the design of the fund that is warranting a change in its design. Mr. President, it was also mentioned that we have the highest minimum pension. That is something that needs to be reiterated. But on top of having the highest minimum pension, we also have the highest contribution rate. We pay for it, Mr. President. We pay for that high minimum pension. But on the other side of the calculation, Mr. President, which is the income coming in, the money that the fund earns has only increased in the same time period by 3.94%. So that is much lower than the 6.4. So any way you slice it, Mr. President, you have a problem. You have a problem that needs to be addressed if the fund is to be sustainable in the future. Sir, and why are these ratios having this discrepancy? We drill down even further. Sir, Barbados in 2004 had approximately 119,000 contributors to the fund. On average, it was about 3.6 contributors to pensioners. You don't have 3.6 of a person, so let's round that off to 4, Mr. President. So 4 people contributing, 1 person receiving a pension. By 2021, Mr. President, we have now 105,000 persons contributing to the fund. But the ratio between contributors and pensioners has also decreased. We went from 3.6 now to 2.2. So you got round down now because the number's below 5. That's how I was taught math. 2 contributors to 1 pensioner. And sir, development planning has sometimes unintended consequences. The leader of government business framed her comments in relation to the amount of money that is placed in education. That's all right. In education, Mr. President, when you educate a population, there's a general trend that people, and women in particular, who, when you have higher rates of education among women, they have fewer children. That's a general trend. We also, in addition to that, in the 80s and the 90s, had a strong family planning program, Mr. President. So these are the secondary effects that those policies have, and why we have now to come to evolve what is happening with the National Insurance Scheme because of policies that were implemented 20, 30 years ago, Mr. President. Sir, I also want to state that in addition to the number of persons who are contributing and who are pensioners to the fund, 40% of new cases to the National Insurance Scheme are bumped up to minimum pension. 40%. So we have a generous minimum pension, which when persons apply and they don't qualify, they get bumped up. And 40% of active pensioners are also receiving that minimum pension. So we see, Mr. President, there is a ballooning of those benefit expenditures through our pension scheme, Mr. President. Sir, I know a lot of people also frame comments about the fund in relation to, and this is something that I take very personal, make comments about the fund in relation to the non-contributory pensioners. Non-contributory pension is not paid out of NIS funds. It is paid from the consolidated fund through government. On average, it's about $8 million. In 2021, it's about $8 million, Mr. President. And for the life of me, Mr. President, growing up in a society where there are persons who were on sugar plantations, fishermen, people who were barely literate, Mr. President, who sent school people like my parents, you then look at them because they did not have the foresight to put down for their retirement because they did not come from an age where they had to do that. They worked till they died, Mr. President. To say to a reform committee or have the opinion that stop having non-contributory pension in Barbados, what society are we living in, Mr. President? Where is the social justice? Where do we say thank you to those persons in our society? They don't affect the pension that is contributory. It is in no way affecting it. So I do not understand, Mr. President, I said it's a bit personal for me. I do not understand the notion that you have some of the most vulnerable persons in your society and you're saying to them the little bit that they are getting, they should not receive it. Because that's the housewives. Those are the types of persons receiving non-contributory pensions, Mr. President. Not CEOs. But Mr. President, I move on. I just wanted to make that point. Mr. President, we heard that this is also not unique to Barbados, and this is true. By 2050, it is expected that Nigeria will become the third largest populated country in the world, outstripping the US by 2050, Mr. President. And there is an ongoing debate about how those demographics in developed countries are changing and what it means for economic powerhouses, what it means for geopolitical tensions and constructs, Mr. President. And what we are seeing is almost a change of the guard, because a lot of the emerging economies are those with populations that are growing, which are not those that are, of the northern hemisphere, Mr. President. They're found in Africa, they're found in Asia. And that then also has implications, Mr. President, for what happens globally and to the global economy, Mr. President. So this is not a conversation that is unique to Barbados, and that is something I think that needs to also be said again, Mr. President, because when we look at how we are building out our social policy, which this is squarely the bedrock of our social policy, we have to be cognizant that we are living in a world that is extremely dynamic, and in another 10 to 15, 20 years, when we look outside, it will look completely different. Who's calling the shots, Mr. President? Mr. President, and this is going back now to the design of the fund, since 2016, for the last 7 years or so, the contribution income fell short of total expenditure. The contribution income fell short of total expenditure every single year since 2016. You're taking out a lot more than is being put in. Sir, the last shortfall we had was that of, in 2021, was $269 million. I can say that again. Contribution income fell short of total expenditure in 2021 by $269 million. So, how does the NAS deal with this, Mr. President? It dips in and liquidates its assets. That's how it makes up the shortfall, by investment income, Mr. President. And this is another dynamic of the fund that persons have to understand. Has to understand, Mr. President, 80%, and I'm looking directly now at the director so that I make sure that I have my numbers right. Through you, Mr. President, looking at her through you. 80% of the portfolio is located in the local market. 67% is in government paper. The fund has about $4 billion in assets, unaudited. I'll put that as a caveat, because I know that that would also be a point of contention. But, Mr. President, even unaudited, you can see that there is a high exposure to the fund to what happens in the local economy. And any fund manager will tell you this portfolio's exposure to the local market is too high. You have to diversify your portfolio, Mr. President. And I was quite happy to hear and to be informed last week in the briefing that we had, and subsequently in the media, that we are now allocating US $40 million, or the fund has been allocated US $40 million in foreign exchange to diversify its portfolio outside of the Barbados market. And I believe one of the first securities that's being taken up as US Treasury bills, Mr. President. So, sir, because of the demographic change, the fund has to complement contribution income with a diversified portfolio in investments to complement and supplement the contribution income, to pay out the benefits that when people go in the line and stand up to wait for the pension, they can get it. That is the cold, hard facts. We cannot get away from it, Mr. President. So, if we are having a conversation that we do not want the age to increase, we do not want the contribution rate to increase, and at the same time, we want to retain all of the benefits. And these are things that were discussed in the core group, Mr. President. I don't know how much liberty I have, but I'll keep it vague enough that I don't divulge too much. But in the core group, we had brainstorming sessions about one, yes, the design in its current form. You keep the minimum pension, you keep all of the benefits. How do you change and tweak the parameters to extend the life of the fund? But on the other hand, we also we spoke about the design, the structure. Do you remove a minimum pension? Do you have a lower pension that's a universal pension? And then you have the NIS pension on top of that? But those all required major reforms. So if the reforms that we have now are causing all of this debate, I could not even imagine, Mr. President, if the fund went about having a structural change in how it operates, Mr. President. But be rest assured that being part of that core group, Mr. President, all ideas contended. It was then left up to the administration and the board to make their decisions on what they believed were the best recommendations at the time. But it is not a case that we did not consider keeping the age at 67. But when you took into account the modeling and what were the material parameters that extended the life of the fund, age was one of the most sensitive parameters that gave you the material change that you wanted to extend the life of the fund. And therefore, one of the recommendations, ever so slightly, in my opinion, was to increase the age over a very long, if we're being honest, it's a very long time period. It truly is. So I understand, Mr. President, that a lot of the measures that were highlighted in the ministerial statement made in the other place will cause inherent divisiveness. I understand it. And personally, I have two parents, Mr. President, who are on the verge of retiring. So I'm not standing up here because this ain't gonna affect me in X amount of years, so I don't have to care. I got two parents on the verge of retiring. So I understand what this means, Mr. President. But let us also take into account when we are challenging the changes that are being proposed, to know that on the back end, there is still a fund to maintain. And coming out of the stakeholder consultations, the vast majority of persons said, we need to keep the fund. We need to keep the National Insurance Fund. So if that is the overarching goal, Mr. President, something's got to give. Something has got to give. But Mr. President, I turn now, remember I said 2 points, Mr. President, I hope you give me a little leeway today. 2 points, two lens by which, two lens by which I wanted to have this debate on. The first was the design of the fund, and I walked through some of the demographic challenges that we're facing. But Mr. President, the governance of the fund. Sir, I am speaking solely on my own behalf here. When I say for the sake of the fund, and I've said it in other fora. For the sake of the fund, Mr. President, this administration, in some regard, has to acquiesce to public sentiment. And I'll tell you why I say that. Sir, there is a belief, perception, real or otherwise, Mr. President, that the National Insurance Fund is in trouble because of poor management, irrespective of administration throughout the years. Real or otherwise, that is the perception. And sometimes perception is greater than reality, Mr. President. Sir, when you take into account issues that have been in the public domain, like the outstanding audited financial statements since 2015, I don't know if we've made any progress in that regard, but since 2015, we haven't had audited financial statements, and that is required by law. Sir, the 2019 debt restructuring affecting $1.3 billion of the fund's assets. The debacle of the Clearwater investment for the Four Seasons project, $124 million, Mr. President. Sir, and then on top of that, poor compliance by employers who seemingly get away with it without recourse. Those, Mr. President, are the issues that...
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order.
Yes, Senator Cummings?
I believe that the Honourable Senator, although well-meaning, may be misleading the Honourable Chamber. The amount invested in Four Seasons is actually not that amount, but I believe the total exposure to the NIS in Four Seasons is $9 million. I'm being corrected, actually, that it is $8 million, and the intention is also that that is meant to be repaid and is not to be. It's already been repaid, I'm being told.
Proceed,
Sir,
Senator Driggs.
I take that clarification, and that is the number that I drew from the Auditor General's report of 2020, I believe it was, but I stand corrected. But that was the source of my information about the $124 million, Mr. President. I'm going to ignore the asides because I know where the territory that I'm going in, the asides will come, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, nonetheless, those are the issues that dominate the public's perception about the fund. And, Mr. President, that then goes to the heart of the issue of credibility. We are asking persons who are now working, Mr. President, and telling them that NIS is more than a contribution, it is their lifeline, Mr. President. You have to institute measures, Mr. President, that send a strong signal that we are going to be courageous, as was said earlier, in relation to the governance of the National Insurance Scheme. Sir, if the measures before us are to be taken as is, and now I want to speak directly to the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023. Sir, we're changing the National Insurance Scheme over to a commercial state-owned enterprise. The leader of government business went through her contribution in explaining how that is being done and why that is being done. And I take that point, Mr. President. But what I have a concern about, as far as it relates to engendering trust and allowing persons in the public to feel as though we are seriously taking on their concerns, Mr. President, about the credibility and how the fund is being run, Mr. President, I have to, Mr. President, raise Clause 11Y. Clause 11Y of the bill, the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill, says the minister may give directions. Sir, allow me to read the clause. It says the minister may give general directions to the board with respect to the performance of its functions, powers, and duties under this act or any other enactment, and the board shall act in accordance with those directions. The clause has a part 2 that says, subject to this section, the board shall not be subject to the control or direction of any other person or service, Mr. President. Mr. President, when you read legislation and you know the importance of the word may and shall, 11Y then becomes very important in the measures that we are putting together to ensure that the governance of the fund is viewed as credible, Mr. President. Because I will ask this question: what happens when the board is given directions that they deem disadvantageous to the fund and its shareholders? And where is the legal protection and process for the board to decline the minister's directive, Mr. President? I'm hearing you resign from the board. But that does not engender transparency. And that is what we want, especially with a matter as sensitive as the national insurance. Because if the board, in some eventuality or some situation, Mr. President, does not want to take on the directives of the minister.
Mr. President, I really regret. I rise on a point of order, Mr. President, and I regret having to do so, but I would not want that to go into the domain. A minister giving directions of a general nature is in fact quite standard across many of these boards. However, the distinction, and I know this myself personally because in another incarnation, Honorable Mr. President, I happen to be the minister with responsibility, for example, the Fair Trading Commission. I cannot give directions of a specific nature. I cannot influence the work or the decision-making of the various bodies as the minister. And the use of the word, I understand, may, as opposed to shall, but what is most important in this clause, Mr. President, is general directions as opposed to specific directions. And I certainly have seen, and I'm being reminded that we've had many instances where boards have chosen to decline those general directions, certainly if they are specific enough to cause problems.
Yeah,
Continue, Senator Driggs.
but, Mr. President, thank you. And maybe that vagueness lends even to more ambiguity because what are general directions? I don't know, Mr. President. I'm just saying. The point I'm trying to make, Mr. President, the point that I am trying to make, Mr. President, is that because of the sensitive nature of the fund, and all that it has been through in the last few years, Mr. President, and now having to ask persons to shoulder the burden, to work longer, pay more contributions, Mr. President. All I'm saying is to ring fence in some way, give legal protection to the board. That's all I'm saying, Mr. President. Because at the moment, there are no explicit safeguards. There are no explicit safeguards in law for the board, Mr. President. And in my opinion, Mr. President, I believe it is a missed opportunity to add another layer of protection to give the board the level of autonomy that it needs, and in the event that there is some divergence of views, there is the legal protection and due process for the board, Mr. President. But, sir, I will start to wrap up my contribution by saying a few comments. These reforms started with the process of stakeholder engagement. That was a step in the right direction, of course, Mr. President. You're affecting people's lives, and therefore they should have a say. But, Mr. President, I believe that in addition to speaking specifically about the national insurance and specifically old age contributionary pension, we should have also had the opportunity along the way to speak about more holistic reforms. Because, Mr. President, when you have a situation where, excuse me, Mr. President, when you have a situation where contributing to private pensions is somewhat seen as being penalized because you no longer get the tax allowance, that is a point of discussion and something that should have been brought to the table as well. At the moment, if you contribute to a private pension plan, there's no incentive to continue to do so on behalf of the government, Mr. President. If we are saying to persons, plan for your retirement and make the necessary steps and adjustments in your financial planning, I do believe that some tax allowance should be reinstated to encourage that participation, Mr. President. Sir, in addition to that, if we are being fulsome in the debate, the taxing of pensions. You work, Mr. President, you are taxed. You put aside your money for your old age pension, private or otherwise, and you are taxed. Double taxation, Mr. President. And I don't know the numbers, but I would really like to know how much revenue the government really gets from the taxation of pensions. Because if it is immaterial, Mr. President, it is a measure that can be scrapped. It is a measure that can be scrapped. And Mr. President, going even further, and this would be my final point, we are talking about social policy, and we're talking about the general contract that a government has with its citizens. And Mr. President, the leader of government business, I believe it was, said, we have to look at these measures in the context of, are they reasonable? I believe her words were, and are they logical? That's the next word. Logical and reasonable. But, Mr. President, I'll ask another question. Are they just? Mr. President, we have a situation right now where the measures that are coming down the pipeline are not seen as just in relation to the pension arrangement of elected members of Parliament. At present, we have armed forces who retire at the age, the BDF, Barbados Defense Force, and so on, who retire at 55. I stand corrected, but I believe it says 55. People risking life and limb. Is there a point in the discussion, Mr. President, where the government, while instituting measures for others, also gives a little and looks at the pensionable age of elected members of Parliament to say, many hands make light work, Mr. President, and we are all in this together. Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Crystal Drakes. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I got here a little bit late, so kind of like the pensions miscellaneous bill. But I wasn't quite sure, Mr. President, if we were addressing these two bills together as a cognate debate, because all of the discussion so far has focused on the national insurance scheme, understandably in some ways, And I will focus on that to some extent, though not exclusively, because I think it is important for us to discuss the two bills in front of us that will affect, substantially to discuss the two bills that will affect people who live in Barbados. So in my preparation, I was inspired a little bit, a bit reflective, because this is the season of emancipation. Season of emancipation, what does that mean? Well, obviously we are free. And we attain this freedom through struggle of many persons, as Senator Drake made very clear. So there was a lot of struggle. 1834, granting of emancipation on August 1st, really being actualized in 1838. We had rebellions, what we would call the Bussa Rebellion in 1816. There were acts of subversion by those enslaved before then. There were many acts of defiance of injustice in Barbados. And out of this, in this same season of emancipation, a few Wednesdays ago, we were in here on the Day of National Significance when we perhaps should have reflected on exactly that. That the poor and underprivileged rose in rebellion against intolerable living conditions. Those were the words of the late Tom Adams, given on July 26, 1977, in the other place, when that day became the Day of National Significance. And I raise all of this because I see a focus on things like the National Insurance Scheme, or service as it may become, as a continuation of this. Because all of this struggle was really about ensuring that we get from a place of human indignity in Barbados to a place where people can live in dignity. Emancipation, freedom, all of this is about the human condition. And one of the things that the National Insurance Scheme is supposed to do is to provide some protections against these indignities in our society. So we should all celebrate this season of emancipation, Black, white, Indian, Chinese, whatever we are, because freedom is for all of us, and unfreedoms and injustices for some really are injustices for humanity. So how are we getting to the national insurance? When we look at the progression of the institutions that we have in this country, the policies and the legislation that we have in this country and that we have developed in this country, certainly since independence, but even beginning before then, a lot of them have to do with exactly this. We can recognize that this is a social democratic state, and instead of being rightist in our democracy, ultra-liberal, we have put in place mechanisms such as the NAS to ensure or to strive towards people living in human dignity. Things like the non-contributory pension, which Senator Drake rightly informed us and reminded us come from the Consolidated Fund, again, are about human dignity. So in all of our discussions about actuarial reviews and projections that are run and all kinds of things, I think it is important for us to keep this squarely in our minds, that we are really thinking about human dignity. So the pensionable age, which is not addressed in this legislation, and if it is going to be changed, it cannot be changed by this legislation. So I expect that we will come back again to amend once again, which I have questions about. Why not just do all of this one time? However, the pensionable age, this too is about human dignity. This is not just a numerical calculation, you know. 67, what's the difference between 67 and 68? That's one year. 1 year may mean a lot in terms of someone's ability to live in dignity and to work in a dignified way. But I suppose that is just a thought, and we understand some of the difficulties that those addressing the fund may have had to deal with. All of this said, the maintenance and sustenance of the NAS, these things are important, and we have to treat them in that way. We really do need to treat them with a level of seriousness that they require, and not just as technical matters. the policy and legislation surrounding certainly the contents of the fund, investment, et cetera, is important. All of these things are important. We know that national insurance, Social Security as it stands in Barbados, protects us throughout our adult life, can protect us throughout our adult life. We talk about having a larger population in Barbados, maternity and paternity leave and benefits will be necessary for that. People will get sick, so you need that. People will lose their job at some point. They may lose their job. They may fall upon some injury that causes them to be disabled, unable to work. I hate the term that's in the current legislation, invalidity benefit. I hope that one day when further amendments are made to this legislation that we change that term, invalidity, to something a little more progressive sounding. When you calling people an invalid, that's a really outmoded kind of term. As I said, unemployment, and of course, as we are dealing with today, retirement and pension. So we're looking at the whole working life of people. And this allows, the reason that the NIS can allow for dignity is that this is not some place that you have to go and beg, like welfare, where people might feel a little like, oh, I don't want to go to the welfare department and beg, because you are contributing. And because you are contributing, you know that certain things are due to you. You are not begging anyone for anything. And this is a much more dignified way, in my estimation, to approach the affairs of the people in Barbados. So, as I said, amending this legislation is a matter of seriousness. It requires skill, consultation, as we've heard occurred, and also appropriate and effective communication. And this is the thing that has befuddled me in all of this. If I just stayed at home and I listened, or I read my newspaper, I would have no idea that this legislation does not address the pensionable age. If I just stayed at home and I read my paper or newspapers, I listened to the radio, I watched the news, I would have no idea that there's nothing in this legislation that changes the number of weeks that one has to work in order to receive a pension from 500 to 750. I would have no clue. I would here be telling myself, as I've heard other people say, that under the cover of darkness, in the season of emancipation, crop over, they are looking to increase the pensionable age, rush it through Parliament without telling us anything. Yes, they had the consultations, but they did not get back to us. Why do people think this? Is it because they're being mischievous? Some people are being mischievous, to be sure. But I do not think the majority of people are. Because we are standing, and putting everything in the pot one time, and then expecting the public to be sufficiently discerning to recognize that this legislation is not today, Wednesday, the 9th of August, if it is passed, going to increase the pensionable age. And that today, this legislation, nothing that I see in the legislation at least, is addressing the number of weeks persons have to work. And this is why it says a little untidy for other reasons too, because we know now that these are things that are proposed and are quite likely to occur. We are amending this legislation today, or we're trying to amend it today. So, why not bring everything one time? We have the revitalization report. We had a presentation scheduled, as Senator Cummings rightly told us last week. We had personnel who are going around informing people. So why are we amending this legislation today, knowing the things that we intend to do in the future, and not including this in the amendment? As it is, as it stands, and I said regular people, right? And I say regular, no, this is in the bill, because well, I'm so glad that something just prompted me to remember this. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a little spirit that moved me or something. But in the second schedule of the principal legislation. The second schedule lays out the pensionable ages. That is not a regulation. That is the second schedule that forms part of the legislation. It was enacted, right? The second schedule, you can go and look, the second schedule, which will now become the first schedule in this amendment, lays out the pensionable age. It lays out what previous pensionable ages were, and it shows the progression to what we have right now, which is age 67. So if there is any intention to move this age from 67 to 67 and a half and then 68, that schedule needs to be addressed. That cannot be addressed by some magical regulation change or anything of the sort. The number of weeks perhaps can be addressed by the regulations. But this is in the schedule that came to Parliament, both houses, and was legislated. So this is what I'm saying about communication. And it's not, as I said, for regular people who are home, just listening. And a lot of people are not going to sit down and listen to all of this, hours of this. They're going to hear the little snippet that's coming over on the news, the little piece that is covered in the paper. If they hear the calling program, they would know that this is not in the legislation because somebody in the calling program said so. They might be in here, probably are, right? But the point is that for things as important as the NAS, that people will get hot and bothered and flustered about, and we'll talk about staying home on a Wednesday and marching because this is being sneaked in during crop over. We have to communicate more effectively and let people know this is a plan for the future. This is not something we are doing this week. This is a plan for the future. Because if you don't tell them it's a plan for the future, they get a lot of suspicion. This is something that they're easing in this week. And we didn't even get a chance to sit down and digest it properly. People need a little chance to be miserable about things, you know. You do. You get a new change, you need a little time, and you can say, man, this is bare foolishness, but you know what? I can't figure out what else I could do. You can't just push it on people Friday and expect them to take it Wednesday. These are things that exactly while they got jumping up and, you know, drinks and whatever else happens, all the festivities and revelry and merriment, CARICOM Day and everything else. Anyway, I know people laughed at that, but it was being serious and true. You have to really give people a little time to mull over things. So the clarity is important. And something that has been very frustrating to me, is that the actual content of this amendment, I don't think anybody has a clue about it. This amendment is really dealing with governance. This amendment is dealing with the governance of the NAS, which is important. And it is important because we don't want to continue ending up in situations where people say, somebody carrying money from the NAS and they can't get my pension. We don't want to end up in situations where people are asking about the audit, the audited financial reports. We don't want to end up in situations where people are asking about how the money is invested and did we follow the appropriate rules as laid out. These are things that are critical so that whenever changes are made, people may feel a sense of comfort that in 2038, they're not going to have to go through this again. Or that in 2040, when some people who are in here will still be working and didn't reach the pensionable age yet, the age will increase again to 70-something. So these are really important things to communicate to the public, you know, because there is a belief that the NAS is not properly managed, is not properly administered, that it is, you hear it all the time, it is the government's piggy bank. And if it is that the intention of this amendment is to shore up the operations of the national insurance by changing the name to service, by specifying very clearly what the board is supposed to do, what different officers are supposed to do. These types of officers that are being put in place, including to deal with risk, the different committees that are established, these are things that should be in the front of the minds of the public. These are the things that they should know and should understand. And I find it slightly irritating that the way that this amendment has been communicated, the way that this amendment has been presented is in a way that has led to confusion, that has led to people feeling upset and hurt, rather than understanding that that is not what this is about. It is important to inform people of what is going to happen in the future, but you have to do it in a way that is clear. Otherwise, this kind of suspicion continues to linger. And then there will be complaints from various places about fake news and mischief and all kind of thing. Mr. President, that is what I really have to say on the NAS legislation. In front of me, there are people who have come to me and asked me, you gonna have our backs on this? You gonna let them raise this thing to 67 on Wednesday? To 68, sorry, on Wednesday? And I have to say to them, but that's not what we're doing on Wednesday. At least not my understanding. And they're asking me, what were you talking about? Are you read the paper? Are you listen to the news? That is what they're doing on Wednesday. You gonna go in there and vote for that on Wednesday? And I'm not voting for it on Wednesday because that is not, in my opinion, what is before me. As far as I could tell, my reading, my comprehension, my everything says that that is not before me right now. So if it is that I sit down and I vote for this legislation, it is not because any age is changing. It is because I think that it is really important to have a properly structured and well-governed national insurance and social security system in operation. And I think that there are useful steps in this legislation that will take us in that direction. I don't know if they're perfect, but I think it is an effort, and it's an effort that is meaningful and should be given a chance to work before, we assess it one way or another. And that is what I am dealing with today. I'm not dealing with the age. That is something for another time. I hope it is for another time. I would have preferred if it were for today too, but it is not, in my opinion, for today. There are some that have asked me if it is, I am saying that this is not in the legislation. Why was this presented in a way that could lead to that confusion? Is it a kite flying exercise? You're flying a kite to see if people, how they're going to respond to the 68 and the 750 weeks? I don't know. I cannot answer that question. All I can say to these people is, what I read is that it is not addressing that, it is addressing governance. It is talking about a number of officers, it is talking about the role of the board, how the board will be selected, the powers to borrow, to invest, procedures for all of this, and I think that these are things that we should have. Better structure, better governance. Not just in the NAS, but really in many areas, public and private sector, I would say, and civil society too, some organizations. But we don't need to go there. That's the general point. The next one, public sector pensions. And obviously this is very important. Now, in this legislation before us, get the name correct, the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. This touches, I tried to count them. It touches, 4 pieces of legislation and 2 sets of regulations. Public Employees Pension Regulation 1961, National Insurance and Social Security Act, which is what we're addressing today. The Teachers Secondary School Pensions Regulations, 1962. So it's 3 regulations. Pensions Regulations, 1947. Statutory Board Pensions Act, Cap 38. Public Employees Pension Act, Cap 30. Pensions Act, Cap 25. It touches a lot of things, a lot of areas. So I think it is important that people understand. Now, the persons who are already within the public sector or working in state-owned enterprises, they might feel all right about this because this bill, what it really does is it affects persons who will be joining various areas in the public service and so on from the 1st of January 2024. So people already working in there might tell themselves, all right, it's not really affecting me. But we talk about things that we talk about young people, and perhaps not so young people as well, who may be changing their jobs and so on. And I think it is important for them to have an understanding that if you are going to take up a job from 2024 as a teacher in a public secondary school, for instance, or in some other area in the public sector, or in some state-owned enterprise, the way that your pensions will function will not be the same as how your parent or your friend or your neighbor or whoever that has previously been working there, how their pension has functioned. You're going to have to make some contributions, and you're going to have to make contributions at particular rates. It is important for people to know these things. And again, I don't think there has been sufficient emphasis on this. The public sector is really important. We know it requires some reform. We hear about reform all of the time. And this is one step towards that. It is one step towards this. These public sector pensions, reforming public sector pensions, are so important that even in the International Monetary Fund Extended Fund Facility program that Barbados entered, the government of Barbados indicated that this is something important that must be reformed. It must be reformed. And it set targets. This is a benchmark. The IMF money that people are talking about, reforming pension law, is one of the benchmarks. And it has been one of the benchmarks. One that we've missed, by the way. In March 2022, it was extended to March 2022 because of COVID. And then I see extended to March 2023 because of something that it was supposed to come to the Houses of Parliament to be addressed. But better late than never. The point is, so important was this, so significant a structural reform to the economy of Barbados, to the viability and the fiscal sustainability, the IMF reports, the Article 4 consultations note. This is so important to that it comes up 31 times in the 2021 document. 31. 2022 document, 37 times. And it's not just the number of times it comes up, it is the manner in which it features. Because it talks about the sustainability, the fiscal sustainability of the country. In part, not in whole. It also deals with things like SOE reform and other measures, taxation, a variety of things. But pensions feature in there, public sector pensions. And there's so little discussion of this. This is one of the benchmarks. Now, not meeting this benchmark does not mean that we will be denied funding or anything of the sort, but it is one of the ways by which the IMF measures how we are doing with the program that was homegrown, that we set up, and we said that this is what we plan to do. We have a letter of intent signed by the Prime Minister that indicates that we plan to do this pension reform to ensure fiscal stability of Barbados. So there are two things that are happening here when we talk about human dignity. We need a country that is stable so that people can operate in it with human dignity. But we also want to ensure that those who are working in the public sector, they have a pension. In addition to the NAS pension that is $1,000 and something that is supposedly generous. They need a pension in addition to that. So there's a balance that is being found between the fiscal stability, I am assuming, there's a balance that is being found between the fiscal stability and sustainability that is required, this helps us move towards, and also having people provide for themselves when they are seniors, ensuring that they do not just have to rely on that NIS pension. As important as it is, there's something to supplement. These are important things. I don't want to go into too much detail about what the IMF documents say and what the government of Barbados has said about how significant this is. Oh, people want details? All right. I'll have to read a little bit though. And you'll have to excuse me, air conditioning really affects my sinuses. All right, so in 2021, as I said, 31 mentions of this. And I tried to make note of them and to note the context, but it is quite a lot. So within the structural benchmarks related to tabling, some of these relate to tabling a revised public pension law. This was reset, as I said, to March 2022, listed in the structural benchmarks that were supposed to have, this was supposed to have been implemented in December 2021 and was extended to March 2022. The Article 4 consultation of November 2021 indicates in its evaluation of Barbados' performance while under the facility that the authorities in Barbados plan to reform the pension system and introduce a fiscal rule which will also support fiscal sustainability. And to be honest, the 2022 document says much of the same. In seeking funding from the IMF under a 36-month extended fund facility, we have objectives and modalities which include pension reform. Public pension reform is key to this, and the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, is cited as having indicated such, and that this is important for fiscal sustainability. This is in November, dated the 9th of November 2022. Maintaining and strengthening the macroeconomic stability of Barbados. In order to maintain and strengthen macroeconomic stability in Barbados, public pension reform is key. So this is something that's critical. I really don't want to belabor this point too much, but public pension reform is critical and people need to understand it. Those young people, and as I said, not so young or whatever age, are entering the public service from the 1st of January 2024, need to understand that your pension is going to be different because it is part of the structural reform for the economy of Barbados. How is it going to be different? I have written it down. We have, first of all, there is going to be a public service pension fund that is going to be managed and housed within the same NAS that we were just speaking about. And there will be deductions at the rate of 5% for persons who exceed the maximum pensionable emoluments and 2% for those who do not exceed it, so earning at a lesser rate. And then there's also the ability to top up. So you can put in a voluntary contribution, 3% for the upper band and 1% for those at the lower level. So these are important. We talk about education, educating people as to their business. I think this is important. And as I said, those who are already in the public sector may not need to be so educated about it, but those looking to enter, they should know. If you're leaving university, if you're leaving school, if you're leaving SJPI, BCC, if you're leaving one job and going to another, that these are the terms. So, Mr. President, in addressing these two pieces of legislation, I want to say that I don't think there's anything pernicious in either. I don't think there's anything that is afoot from what I can tell. Has the content of this legislation been appropriately communicated to the public of Barbados? I would say no, because the communication has led to so much that has upset and bothered people that I wonder why. Why are we proceeding with people's business in this way? But to me, there, as I said before, useful and relevant things for us to consider and to note in this legislation. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of this sitting of the Senate for 1 hour for a lunch break to resume at 3:20 in the PM. I'm sorry, 3:10 PM.
The question is that the Honorable Senate be suspended until 3:10 p.m. today. Honorable Senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it very enthusiastically as well. This sit is now suspended until 3:10 p.m. today.
Mr. President,
uses the sovereign wealth fund as a way to pursue investment opportunities. Many nations have used these funds as a way to accrue profit for the benefit of the country and to stabilize the country's economy through diversification. The Sovereign Wealth Fund is a state-owned pool of money that's invested in various financial assets. And the money typically comes from a nation's budgetary surplus. When a nation has excess money, it uses the Sovereign Wealth Fund as a way to funnel it into investments rather than simply keeping those funds in a central bank. And so I hope that going forward, as we do the reforms, that the National Insurance Fund will not be used as a development fund by the government, but will be preserved as a patrimony for the citizens of our country and their future. My second concern, Mr. President, relates to those who I understand deduct money from employees but do not pay these monies deducted to the National Insurance Scheme. This, in my view, is a criminal act and should be dealt with by the full weight of the law. If, in fact, employees are deducting funds from employers are deducting funds from employees and not crediting those funds to the benefit of the employees through the national insurance system, to me, this is a crime. And all efforts should be made as we review and reform the system to ensure that this practice does not continue. It weakens the fund and creates uncertainty and creates a lack of confidence for the fund going forward if, in fact, employees can deduct money from employers can deduct money from employees' salary and not credit to the fund. This, to my mind, undermines the fund and should not be allowed. My third concern relates to the fact that apparently audited financial statements and annual reports have not been presented as required by law by the fund over the last 10 years, according to a document which I have read. Mr. President, no system of governance that is based on transparency and accountability can function in the absence of up-to-date audited financial statements and annual reports. And if these are in fact specified in laws and regulations of the fund, all efforts must be made going forward to ensure that appropriate audited financial statements and annual reports are prepared, provided, and laid in Parliament in accordance with the regulations that have been established. Mr. President, I hope that the creation of the new state enterprise that is proposed will result in improved service levels and greater accountability and transparency so that the patrimony of the people is protected and conserved for the people's future. It is clear to me that as we seek to develop our new republic, as we seek to find ways to improve the lot of those who are less endowed, as we seek to provide for the aging population of our country, as we seek to create a more just society, that we will do all to ensure that this new instrument that we seek to create today by this bill is transparent, accountable, and responds to the needs of the Barbados population. With those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Brathwaite. Senator Malidou.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, fellow senators. First of all, I just would like to say I endorse what I've heard on this side of the table wholeheartedly. Some very insightful comments from my colleagues. But I think I would like to start possibly in a different place. I heard Senator Monroe Knight tell us that this problem has been around since. I was very pleased to hear you could comment. It was 2002 with Owen Arthur. So this crisis has not been a crisis for a very long time, apparently. It's not been a crisis. And this other document here, the National Insurance Board Principles Recommendation for the Revitalization of the National Insurance Scheme, also says in here it's not a crisis. And I also note that in the presentation in the other place, it was described as not a crisis. And in many of the videos on the NIS website, I'm pleased to see that we don't have a crisis.
Senator Malidou, just to be clear, the reference you make to 2002 in terms of what Senator Dr. Monroe Knight said, if I remember, she said that adjustments were made in 2002.
Yes.
As opposed to the problem existing since 2002.
Well, let me restate in case I misspoke or was misunderstood.
Yeah.
What I was referring to was that the previous Prime Minister, now passed, Right Honourable Owen Arthur, recognized in 2002 that the problem was likely to happen in 2032.
Got you.
Yes.
Understood.
I thank you for allowing me to clarify. So I've also read this document, which I think is an excellent document. I noticed that it was recently recirculated. It was available on the National Insurance website. It's not sometimes easy to find because of a little glitch with the website, but I encourage anyone who can hear my voice to pick this up and read it from cover to cover and study it. I endorse all of the recommendations in this wholeheartedly. But where I would like to start, Mr. President, is to follow the money. And what do I mean by that? What is the source of the money in the National Insurance Scheme or the system or the National Insurance Fund, of which I've learned today and I've heard before, some 90% goes to old age pensions. It's only a very small amount that's for the other things. The majority is old age pensions. What is the source of that money? The source of that money at the end of the day is employers and employees. And from a business's point of view, where I sit most of the time, both the employer contribution and the employee contribution that the employer makes is part of what we would consider the cost of employment. Had we not paid that money to the NIS fund on behalf of the employee, it would be available for something else. That money belongs to the employee. That's who the money is. So I will endorse Senator Brathwaite's comment that that money is not the money belonging to the government of Barbados. It is, in fact, the savings of the people of Barbados and needs to be invested wisely and prudently. So with that brief introduction, I would then just like to turn very briefly to the comments of the Leader of Government Business, Senator Cummins, and endorse very much what she has said, that the focus of this legislation is on governance, and it's on freedom from political interference. And I believe I got that quote correctly. Strengthen governance and freedom from political interference. I believe, though, in the public domain, there has been a lot of discussion about things that are not in this bill, which Senator Hines pointed out to us, Mr. President, that there's been lots of discussion about the problem that we have down the road, which is not a crisis today, but we can see it like a storm off of our coast, which is that we have less people contributing and more people benefiting. So our population is shrinking, but the people who need to get the benefits are growing. And lots of people have described it in lots of different ways. And statistics, I'm not sure what the rules are, but there's a great quote from, often attributed to Mark Twain, and he tells us about lies and damn lies and statistics. And that has been my experience as well, and we have to be very careful with statistics. But I want to give you two about population growth, which might surprise you. And I'll tell you what the source of this is. There's a great modern-day writer, philosopher, blogger by the name of Tim Urban. And he writes a blog called Wait But Why. And he has a very interesting perspective on things, Mr. President. One of the things that he has researched in there is, and I find this absolutely amazing to think about, 1 in every 15 people that have ever lived are living today. 1 in 15 people who have ever lived on the face of this earth are alive today. That seemed very strange to me, somewhere around 7% or something like that. I think that his information is based on good science, very good science. The second thing that's interesting about what he said, when I give you statistics, is that the vast majority of people who have ever reached to the age of 90 and beyond are alive today. My father being one of them, still going to work. Interesting how that demographic is, and when other folks were talking about the demographic, I thought I would throw those two things in there for you. But I want to go back to this bill and the recommendations in here that I've said I fully endorse. Because what is disappointing to me, Mr. President, about this bill is that it does not embrace all of the recommendations in here. Now, it may well be, and that I will hear from someone, that stand by, Senator Malalou, they're quickly coming, and changes. I do hope that every recommendation that is in this independently produced document by, we've all seen the names, I respect them, they're much more knowledgeable than me, actuaries, investment bankers, all of these people. I hope that every single one of these recommendations will be implemented. And what I would like to challenge government to tell us is a time frame for the implementation of the entire document, not just picking and choosing, because it leads me to wonder, and I was going to ask the question, on what basis did we pick and choose? I thought of the analogy sitting at lunch today. It's kind of like you ask a fella to come and take a look at your house and say, you know, tell me what needs repairing. And he tells you, well, look, the roof is leaking. You got a plumbing problem. You got a bit of electrical problem, and your foundations are a bit shaky. And you listen to him and you say, all right, well, I can fix the plumbing. All good. No, Mr. President, all is not good. Unless we implement everything that's in here, picking and choosing one or a piece or the other is not the right solution. So I hope we implement it all. And when we do that, Mr. President, I hope that we do recognize, again, something that someone else has raised, is that I've heard the Prime Minister in the public forum say that we cannot all rely on NIS. NIS can't be the only thing that we rely on for retirement. And those who can provide other forms of old age pension for themselves should do so. And I agree completely, Mr. President. And therefore, I hope that very quickly the government will reverse the terrible injustice that was done to us in 2010 when the tax deduction for mutual funds was taken away. And that immediately dried up capital going into that part of our market, and it stopped people from saving. I hope we will implement that immediately. And secondly, the withdrawal of the deduction for registered retirement savings plans in 2015 again, under a different administration. I hope that that will be undone very quickly, Mr. President, because it is wrong for double taxation. You cannot ask someone to pay tax on a dollar, invest that money, and then when they get it back in their old age, to pay tax on it again. It is wrong. And I hope that that too will be fixed. Mr. President, I'd like to just turn my attention to the contributions versus the benefit side. It's interesting in this document, or in some of the presentations that we've had, fundamentally, the contributions come in, benefits have to go out. Hopefully there is a little difference in between. We invest that for the future, and we all know the benefits of compounding investment if done well. But in the report, this report here again I'm referring to, on page 17, it states that the cost of the government restructuring debt to the National Insurance Fund was a loss of $800 million. Now, Mr. President, I've heard that quoted in all kinds of sugar and so on to tell me that, oh, but that was only 3 years. That would only have changed 3 years of the fund. The problem was still there. That may be true, but it's $800 million. $800 million. I heard the leader of government business refer to the catastrophic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which cost us in 1 year, that was today, $600 million was my note that I wrote down, $600 million. So I want us to remember that on the one hand, when we lose $600 million during a pandemic, and that is a catastrophic loss, which it certainly was, 800 million is equally or more catastrophic to the people of Barbados who rely on those funds. And that's only to make the point that we must invest this money prudently. And hence I go back to the comments that were made, strengthen governance and strengthen the and provide for freedom from political interference. So I looked through the document, Mr. President, to find these areas that I could see strengthen governance and freedom from political interference. And I regret to say, Mr. President, that I can't find too many instances where that is in fact so. There are lots of recommendations in this document along those lines. And as I said earlier, I hope they are accepted and implemented. But as of right now, I don't see a whole lot. One example of that could well be that we gloss over the fact that we have an investment criteria which had said to us 57% in government paper, but we allowed it to go to 67%. And as a result, that $800 million loss was much greater than it had to be if we had had less government bonds. And it's also a good reminder, as we were told in some other forum, that cash is also an investment. Sitting on some cash, and we all know it as individuals as well, you need to have some cash there for a rainy day. You don't have to pick it all up to invest it. So I really do hope that in strengthening the governance, and all of these are implemented, that we will see the investment criteria being adhered to, and when it is not, heads will roll, people will be brought to bear on that. So, other things that are in this document, which I think we need to look at very carefully, and others have mentioned it, I'll go through them very quickly. The requirements for the actuarial reports, we really are flying blind without them. The requirements for the audit, I am disappointed that that hasn't been addressed because the Auditor General is in fact overworked, and maybe this should be an external audit that should be dealt with this, considering that the funds belong to the people, Mr. President. We don't need the internal Auditor General to audit the NAS funds. That could be done by an external auditor. I am a little bit, I don't know how to say this, but in the actual document throughout it, I can't see where there is going to be independent appointments to the board. I can see throughout there the minister retains the right to appoint the board, for the board appointments. And I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed in that. So, on page 13 of this report, and I want to turn to it, Mr. President, to read for it specifically because I don't want to get it wrong. Page 13 of this report deals with the governance recommendations. And one of the bullet points says, and I'd like to quote it, it says, the third bullet point down on the investments, it says, the NIF, National Insurance Fund, remains subject to the, so this is where they're pointing out, Mr. President, for context, the weakness that we must be addressed. The NIF remains subject to the ministerial investment-related directions of Section 101 of the Public Finance Management Act 2019, but with the added safeguard that any instructions be written and gazetted. I do hope, again, that this will be addressed in the final changes to these legislation, such that we do not have to say in the future that there is the possibility of ministerial investment-related directions. That is unnecessary. So, Mr. President, as I close, I would just like to challenge. I see all the reasons why and all the changes to the legislation are pieces of this recommendation, and as I said earlier, I endorse the recommendations, and hence I endorse the changes to the bill. I see the necessity. I'm not blind. I think we can all see the challenges that we're having with an aging population, all of that we've gone through. We have to adjust for it. I've heard all of the reasons why we have to look after those who can't otherwise look after themselves, and that's who we are, and we're going to continue to do that. But we must do it in a responsible way. We must invest. We must have confidence in ourselves as a people as well to make good investment decisions. For example, I would have thought that the National Insurance Fund would have been the first to jump in on investments in solar photovoltaic investments in Barbados. That is the perfect investment for a pension fund. It's long-term in nature. It is safe and secure. It avoids foreign exchange spent as a country. It's a perfect investment vehicle for a fund like the National Insurance, who has big sums of money that they can deploy into that type of infrastructure project. And that's the type of thing that we want our National Insurance Fund, as our people, to invest in. We want to see infrastructure projects. We want to see commercial buildings. Those are the things we want to see. And I'm very, very encouraged, Mr. President, that we're also diversing in terms of currency. Very, very important. I'm glad to see that's happening. And I hope that government, recognizing that that's good for the National Insurance Scheme, will also recognize that it's good for the private pension funds as well. And, Mr. President, I hope they extend it to the insurance companies. Because if you think of it, when your house is insured in Barbados with a Barbados insurance company, and that Barbados insurance company has the assets that's backing that insurance company, or Barbadian assets. When a hurricane hits Barbados, it's the insurance company's assets that are also damaged. So that's why we need to have reinsurance. We need to allow the insurance companies and the private pension funds to invest in external investments to protect us against that. So in closing, Mr. President, thank you for the time. I want to reiterate the challenge that I would like to see, as soon as possible, the implementation date for all of the recommendations in here. Let's not cherry pick which ones we're going to do. And finally, what I would like to see is I'd like to understand what we're doing about the arrears. I've heard, and you know how things get, you hear about things, and I've seen in the paper some things published, and there's this 80-20 rule. I'm told that 80% of the arrears owing to the National Insurance Scheme come from 20% of the payers. I think it is time that we decide a threshold. Maybe it's $5,000, maybe it's $10,000, maybe it's $1 million, Mr. President, I'm not sure what. But we should publish the roll of those companies and those employers who have failed in their obligation. They have taken money from the people and have not paid it over to the fund. Let's publish it. Let's publish that and show it. Why are we hiding from it? So I'd like to see a specific, measurable way that we are going to deal with the arrears. I'd like to see a specific, measurable way that we're going to implement all of these recommendations. And as I close, excellent report, endorse it in full, but I really, really hope that we can implement it in full. With those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Maladu. Speakers? If not, I will call on Senator Cummins to close, so speak up, or Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when we talk about pension reform, it is always a sensitive issue. And, you know, not only in Barbados, but globally. And, you know, sometimes it can even become contentious if it is not implemented properly, and if, of course, buy-in is not obtained from the beneficiaries and the various other stakeholders associated with such schemes. We only have to look across the Atlantic to what is happening now in a European country. And while I don't envisage or foresee that such confusion or such conflict will arise in the situation where we are proposing pension reform in Barbados, it just causes us to recognize the importance of proper communicating with as I said before, with all the stakeholders so that we can get that buy-in up front. If we don't do that, then it requires a lot of education to be done subsequent to implementing of the legislation. And I think that is what is happening now in this situation, where there's a lot of education which has now started. Perhaps it could have gone on a little earlier. I know someone will say, well, we did have consultations, but consultation and education tend to be, are really two different things, because what you need to educate on is what the implications for what is being proposed and what is being put into law is going to, how it's going to affect you, the individual pensioner. And so therefore, the proposals must always be very well thought through. And as I said, must be subject to the kind of robust debate which has subsequently started since the ministerial statement about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. The reform and the adjustments which are being done to the pension scheme in terms of the arithmetic, Mr. President, is not a complex. As we know, we have an issue. And I think everyone accepts there's an issue. It has been well ventilated, what the issues are coming out of the last actuarial report. And so we know adjustments have to be made. We know certain things have got to be done. The question, of course, is having determined that you have to make these adjustments, you recognize that there's a funding, what you may refer to as a funding issue, funding gap, if you want to call it that. But that the proposals which government is doing looks to see how you can eliminate or mitigate or get around this gap, which is getting bigger and bigger over time. And to correct it is pretty what you do. There are not that many options. It's straightforward. Either you increase the revenue or you reduce the expenditure. You can increase the revenue, of course, by adjusting the contributions up. You can reduce the expenditure by adjusting the benefits downwards. And you can do that by reducing the benefit maybe from a 66 2/3% to a 60% or something. That is one option. The other option, of course, would be to adjust things like the pensionable age. You increase the pensionable age, or you increase the amount of contributions that are necessary before you can draw on the pension. So that's it, really. And then it becomes for government to decide what are the methods, how easy is it to propose adjustments which they consider are palatable to the beneficiaries. And of course, government will take into account the political risks which can occur. And once that is done, then the arithmetic of it is pretty straightforward. So that said, government in its wisdom has decided not to introduce the contribution levels, the contribution rate at this time, but will adjust the expenditure in the form of, the expenditure is effectively being adjusted in the form of increasing the pensionable age, because you're going from 67 to 68. And so that is one means of doing this adjustment. The question, of course, is that being said, we also have to look at how the investment portfolio is performing. Obviously, if we can see how we can maybe restructure, maybe the word, maybe organize the investment portfolio so that you can get an overall better return, then that affords, and therefore more revenue, then that affords you, again, an opportunity to be able to hold down or not to have to increase the contribution rate. But the investment, managing that investment portfolio, and we've heard previous speakers speak to this, is a very significant and important area, certainly in my view. I think that, and I've noted in the coming out of the proposed amendments in the bill, that the investment committee will now be constituted, hopefully in a way that it does include persons with very special interests in finance, with special skills and ability in asset management, for example, so that overall the board has access to proper professional advice to guide it in terms of making these various investments decisions. I was very pleased to see this morning, just before it came down to Senate, as a matter of fact, in reading the nation, to note, for example, that the central bank had given approval for the fund, the national insurance, to be able to invest a part of, or a greater part, because they used to allow, I think, a very small part of its investments overseas. But if we're going to be serious about managing our investments, we cannot rely on overall managing an investment portfolio which is almost 100% Barbadian. Because there's very little activity in terms of investment instruments in Barbados anyhow. You know, so you rely on primarily government paper, or that is what certainly what the national insurance has been relying on over time. And we know what can happen when too great a reliance is placed in that area. We know what happened in 2018. We've heard it announced that over $1 billion adjustment had to be made because of investments in government paper, so that when the restructuring was done in 2018, that was the hit which the national insurance experienced to its fund. And, you know, you have to ask the question, if we were not so heavily invested then, would it still have been necessary to propose the changes which are now being recommended, or to the extent that we have done? Certainly, an adjustment from minimum pension payments from 10 years contributions to 15 years is a 50% adjustment, which is very, very significant. We also have the issue of I don't want, I am reluctant to say abuse or misuse of the funds by administrations, government administrations over the years, who have put their hands into the fund and use it for various purposes, or directed that it be used in a certain way or a certain investment. And I don't know that it has entirely changed.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order.
Mr.
Definitely
President.
no. Mr. President, the honorable senator is misleading the honorable House. I certainly would wish to say that I don't know what happened before, but certainly this administration is not putting its hand into the NIS fund. And so anything that is perceived to have been happening before certainly has changed now. Secondly, I allowed it to go a little earlier when we talked about the development fund. The NIS functions like an investment fund, Mr. President, and the investment decisions are made by the investment committee in accordance with the investment policy. That we have a threshold that has been invested in Barbados that is in excess of what it should be is perhaps what the honorable senator himself has referred to, a function of a cap imposed by the central bank itself, which has just been announced today, has been lifted. But I would not wish us to continue with this notion that government is dipping its hand, whether for a development fund or for all kinds of other purposes, into a fund that is an investment fund, Mr. President, and it requires a return on its investment to be able to be for the patrimony of our people.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Continue, Senator Nurse, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I did not accuse any particular government, or I'm making a general statement, and I'm looking at administrations that have how the fund has been used in the past. if this government has not been putting its hands or directing that the NIS funds be used in any particular manner, then good for them, so be it. I hope they will keep it up, and I hope they will keep that level of transparency and so on. But the point is that we say all of that, but yet we still come back and we propose legislation, Mr. President, Section 11G, subsection 3, which speaks to the whole question of the investment committee and what they can, how they may invest the funds. And it says, notwithstanding subsections 1 and 2, the service may, after consultation with the minister responsible for finance, invest any monies forming part of the fund in such a manner and in such investments, as the minister may direct. So we still have kept back, government has still kept back that aspect, or include, it is still there, which gives the minister that opening or outlet to be able to direct the committee. And it's there in the proposed, and it's there in the proposed legislation.
Mr. President, sorry, it's been a point of order, please.
Yeah, what's the point of order?
So, again, I don't think that the Honorable Senator is seeking to mislead the House, but there is a link that is being made between what he is referring to in Section 11G and the supposition that it also then leads to some level of malfeasance or attempt to use the fund in an incorrect way, and that is not the intent. You have read it, and it says that the service may, after consultation with the minister responsible for finance. That's what it says. So there should be no link with this provision and any suggestion that then the government and the minister will direct the fund in any way that may lead to some level of injury and malfeasance.
Mr. President, I'm really not going to dwell on this, but the point is that it is there. The minister may direct. And whether or not it is the intent, I certainly hope it wouldn't be the intent that the minister will have at any time to do or to direct or to suggest. But the point is that the legislation is there. And I move on. I'm not going to dwell on that anymore. Mr. President, the other issues which I really want to touch on is Mr. President, is that we need to have, and one of the things which I noted in the proposed bill, in the proposed act, is that the ability for pensioners, and I don't know if this is only relating to pensions of the pensions of the public service, or if this is a general situation where the national insurance pensioners will have the ability to make additional voluntary contributions. I think that's a good idea, because the truth is that when you think about it, there are lots of people who end up, a lot of workers who end up, when they reach pensionable age, who have been really living from paycheck to paycheck. And when they come to retirement, they really don't have any savings, and they rely on virtually entirely on that national insurance pension. The problem is that it is not it is not the level of on which the pension is based, which is called the maximum pensionable earnings, is not that big. I think it may be in the region of about 5,000 plus or something at this stage. And when you calculate a pension on that, it is not very, it can, what you end up getting can be problematic for those who, as I said, have not been making other arrangements or having other pension planning in place to supplement that national insurance pension. And so what I would like to see is that there's more encouragement for people to be able to make that additional voluntary contribution to supplement, which would help to supplement and give them a bigger pension when they retire. Because what we don't want is that the standard of living of those pensioners is so drastically drops that, you know, it's really becomes a difficulty for them to continue, for them to survive and to meet their day-to-day commitments and requirements and so on. So I think that that would certainly be a very good thing to do. And also, or in addition to that, what I would also like to see encouraged, and I believe Senator Malalu made reference to it, and I also remember the Prime Minister in her presentation making comments to the ability to be able to look outside of the national insurance pension and to have some other form of investments or sort of supplement that income. I think that is very wise, very sage recommendation and suggestion. But I think I will reiterate, and I believe I made that point earlier, but in a previous debate, in fact, it may have been budget when we were debating the annual estimates, when I suggested that I would like to see a reversal of a situation which existed a couple of years ago when the taxation allowance was dropped on pension plans, private pension plans, and individual arrangements like registered retirement savings plans. And I think that if the government is serious in that area, that certainly they would look to reintroduce those benefits or those tax allowances, which would encourage people, persons to once again get involved and invest in such private pension arrangements. And Mr. President, I think the biggest issues in terms of these proposals, as I said, is really to do the education so that people understand how critical it is that these adjustments had to be done. Government obviously determined that they did not want to, that they would not be adjusting the contribution rates, perhaps because they recognize that, you know, there has been a fairly significant amount of taxation and so on people's incomes within the last couple of years. And so that it was probably considered a no-no, and they said that they probably recognize that that may not have been a very palatable one for the population. So overall, I would say that we know things had to be done, decisions have to be made. There's always going to be some contentions from a political point of view, and some will see it that it could be done one way, some will see it that it could have been, adjustments could have been done one way, or adjustments could have been done another way. At the end of the day, it is really for the administration of today to decide, and they have decided. And so once we can get over the politics of the issue and get in place proper management of the national insurance, of the fund itself, and have really good, robust management under the new proposed system. I really don't want to keep rehashing it, but I'm sure that I've reminded this honorable Senate in the past that of the number of years that we've seen in the Auditor General's report, the issue of reports and audits not being presented because they've not been done. And that, Mr. President, I think even for a new board is going to pose an issue. How do you get that up to date? How do you ever get it up to date? You know, one of the problems, which it may sound, I don't know, for those who would not have worked in this field, one of the issues is that probably the records of 10 years ago or 15 years ago, or however long it is, maybe somewhere stacked up in some old barn or something, filled with pigeon, you know, droppings and rat droppings and whatever else, and nobody really wants to go in there and touch those records. Certainly the staff don't want to do it, the auditors ain't going to do it, you know, and so you have to somehow decide, how do we get over this problem? And it may very well be that this new board may have to decide, look, let us sit with the auditors, let us discuss that we're not going to get there in any hurry, if we ever do, and maybe they may have to do what we call in the auditing field, agree to take a qualification, a serious qualification in the auditor's report, that, you know, we have not been able to get the information and explanations which we need, and therefore we cannot pronounce on the records. But you have to start from somewhere and move forward. If you don't, we remain in this position and we come here 10 years from now or 5 years from now and we ask what is happening, and we will see in the Auditor General's report that we're still behind. So I think that this opportunity, now that a new board is being put in place, new arrangements, new governance, we may have to look at, you know, make a radical decision like that and move on. And so I wish that with these new measures in place, certainly that the fund going forward will be successful. that we will generate the types and levels of revenue to be able to adequately fund the benefits on an annual basis, and that as this new system settles down, that certainly the governance and the management will be taken to really much higher levels, and that we will see a successful National Insurance Fund going forward. And with those few words, Mr. President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I was so inspired by my colleague's phrase of beyond politics that I was compelled to speak next. Also, because we have the interns of our firm here and they're seeking to leave, I would like to release them. Let me say, and let me play a part. Sir, I think, and I'm going to draw on the theme stated by our learned colleague, Senator Nurse, that I think it's important that we look at the concept of beyond politics. And this is why. Reading from the IMF paper 2016, you know I always cite my references. Sir, IMF working paper, Western Hemisphere Department, National Insurance Scheme Reforms in the Caribbean, WP 16 of 2006. Paragraph 2, the NIS in the Caribbean are pay as you go. That is, they use employer and employee contributions to pay for retirees' current benefits and defined benefits arrangements. Since their establishment in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, contribution incomes have exceeded benefit payments and administrative expenses for most countries, and the systems have accumulated a large fund. The schemes, note the plural, the schemes appeared relatively sound until about 2017. Thereafter, they are projected to incur substantial deficits and eventually run down their assets, raising the prospects that the governments will have to bear a share of the promised pension benefits. This is since 2016, Mr. President, referring to NIS schemes in the Caribbean. They dealt with the islands of Trinidad all the way up to Jamaica, sir. So the concept that we are here discussing something and attempting in any manner to attribute partisan blame, I don't want to be any part of that. I want to make a beyond politics contribution inspired by my colleagues, because I've only heard two from the government side and the rest from the independents. And we'll see why, man. So, sir, first of all, having laid the foundation, I think it's important that we all take a moment to appreciate the fact that we can have this discourse. We are sitting here having a discourse about how best to deal with $3.67 billion sitting down for the benefit of Barbadian people. That is what we are here doing. We are here having a discussion about how best to tend to the future needs of the country, while being cognizant that we have different perspectives, while being cognizant that there are some who will not agree about how we go about it, but we must appreciate the position that we are in. Sitting down and talking about how we get here or who do what doesn't do anything for the benefit of those who we have to have this discussion for, Mr. President. Now, sir, just a few relevant facts, and this is necessary for the purpose of the discussion that we're having. 2016 was the last audited information in which the fund had approximate value of $5 billion, where GDP was at $10 billion. The factors as stated at that time, sir, for the state of the fund, and I'm quoting from a reference of a 2017 article, sir, in which the then, as he then was, I know it's a subsequent title, Mr. Carrington stated, there were 3 factors in which the fund was limited with regard to its investments. 1, policy. 2, lack of local investment opportunities. And 3, not enough foreign exchange. That's 2016, 2017, sir. We now find ourselves with the unaudited figures in 2023, sir. Country GDP, 11.3 billion, sir, in 2016, 2017, that was 10 billion, and reserves in the NIS in the sum of 3.6 billion. As my friend Senator Drakes did, we round that up, let's call that 4 billion. The variety of reasons being proffered, I think it's fair to say that we no longer have the restriction of not enough foreign exchange. We have stated in the press, and these latest figures coming out of the central bank, is that reserves now stand at 3.2 billion US dollars. That is the reserve. In these circumstances, sir, the three factors that were cause for concern, policy, lack of local investment opportunities, and not enough foreign exchange, reduces to 2. We have the foreign exchange, so let's look at the policy. Let's look at local investment opportunities, Mr. President. Now, having painted this picture generally of the fund, I am indebted to the contribution of Senator Dr. Christina Hines with regard to bringing a little focus back to what is the actual legislation that we're here debating, having gone off somewhat on an esoteric journey in the beginning of the debate, sir. Simply put, the purpose of the legislation, which has been laid out by the government extensively, is 1, moving the NIS from its current nature and to create it as a state-owned enterprise. Commercial enterprise. Now, is set out a series of what we call, as you would call them, Mr. President, C-level positions: CEO, CFO, CPDO, COO, CIO, CP and PO, CRM, and CIA. And we call them C-suite executives, sir. And we certainly wish them luck with the objective of driving up the revenue and the different investments and performance of the fund. I do recall, sir, that in the past, when we talk about C-level executives, there was some consternation when we put together dream teams and we talk about funding. And I do recall that a former minister did state that if you pay peanuts, you will get monkeys. So I am assuming that these C-level executives will be well compensated with KPIs to drive up the revenue and fiscal performance of the fund. We have a very demanding public that's encouraged by the nature of the encouragement that they receive from various sectors who will be asking these questions. That's the first part, sir. The second part, which also begs a question, and remember, we are beyond politics now, sir, is the creation of another state-owned enterprise. The government has set out within its budgetary and other statements that there is a need to examine the existing state-owned enterprises for the purpose of the economic and budgetary concerns, and of course the level, or I believe the term is, to make them more financially viable. We are now creating another one, so I'm sure the government will set out how this one will be financially viable in the context of the previous budgetary statement, sir. Now, sir, I think it's time for a story as to why we have the NIS. And we can attribute it to a variety of personal reasons, but one I think that stands with me is very simple. The concept of the NIS is to provide for those who don't have. That's my view, that's my personal view. It may not be the definition. And the concept is that we all pay in to the fund, and the name speaks for itself. National Insurance Security Fund. And a practical way, I think, especially for the younger persons who may hear, of bringing home the appreciation of why this is important and why we must have this social safety net, is I was one time in Jamaica, sir, pursuing some form of regional integration with regard to my studies, and I was at a function where Bounty Killer, he's a reggae artist, sir. He's a reggae artist, young man, a reggae artist, sir. Bounty Killer came to perform, dancehall. I came to perform at a function which the Jamaicans will call an uptown function. Fortunately and hopefully we don't get those distinctions, so I don't know how I found myself there. But Bounty Killer came to perform at this function, sir. And he said something that has stayed with me some, let's say, 15 or 20 years later, or however long it's been. But what he said was that, let me tell you something. You see a man who doesn't have food in his yard, it is in your interest to help him get food in his yard, because if he doesn't have food in his yard, he can come in your yard. So, Mr. President, we all have a self-interest with regard to being our brother's keeper and considering these types of policies which help the less fortunate. That's an overarching, that's a personal mantra with regard to why I support things like the NIS. Now, sir, understanding that we have what you call policy, we recognize that the development of the revitalization reforms which have been shared sets out clearly that the objective of the government, it seeks to increase the yield which is currently being produced by the NIS. And we have to laud the efforts of the government in this regard, and we have received some documentation today which seems very comprehensive and reflects the effort of the government and the team, which includes some of our own members in their efforts to seek to utilize different systems to come to an understanding as to how best to increase yield. Now, I know when I start to talk about yield, Mr. President, as an accountant, you get excited because we're chasing yield, we're talking about revenue. The simple fact is this: we have money in the NIS. We have $3.7 billion. However, the average for that is 4.3%. 4.3% is less than what you'll get if you buy somebody boss bonds. That's at 4.5. But that's government paper, but that's another topic. You have the money which is there, sitting down and being earned because of the restrictions that I would have started off my presentation on, sir. Policy and lack of local investment opportunities. So, as represented, they are hindered in relation to the rate of return for that $3.7 billion, which is why they have come and said that they have gotten the permission of the central bank to seek other investment avenues. This seems like something reasonable, and the quantum which is being sought is 80 million, which in the context of the value of the entire fund of 3.7 billion seems to be reasonable in the circumstance, or some would say they should put more out there. However, because we are given independent contributions to these debates, there are some who would say, well, if you put the money out there for higher risk, a higher reward, you then expose yourself to higher risk. I understand that they're looking at the US Treasury notes, which are currently at 5.5 and seem very attractive for those in the market to buy bonds. Well, I am not an investor, sir. I only talk to persons who do, and I certainly would encourage any efforts that could hire or result in a higher rate of return. If we recognize, sir, that these are the facts that we're dealing with, money there, indication that since 2016, there is going to be this downward trend. Governments have to find ways to deal with their contribution to increase the performance of the NIS funds. What comes next? We have legislation here presently, which I believe is the first step, where the government is saying, well, we are going to reform how our pension fund, our NIS operates. We are going to bring in the personalities, we're going to bring in certain measurable, we're going to allow different forms of investment. That's step one. Attached to that, I also see that the legislation proposed also deals and seeks to deal with the public servants and their pensions, and I'm going to come to that in a bit. So the question is, if this is the lay of land, this is what the government is doing, what else could be done by the government? And this is suggested as an assistance with regard to how we move forward and take the next steps. But before we do, let's appreciate that certainly within my memory, this seems to be the most that has ever been put forward and working and discussions and joint select and meetings being done. So I certainly, on behalf of the citizens, express appreciation for the amount of work and the dialogue that is going into it. But of course, being human, even if we get something, we still say, well, you know, you could also give me a little something more. So let's see, what do we do next? Of course, education about the purpose, what we're doing, why we're doing. I know what brought home to me the importance of education on this topic. We were here last week. We were here last week doing the people's work. Some of us virtually, a little naughtily, but doing the people's work for 3 hours, getting an excellent presentation on the NIS and the situation. But because it was not a public sitting and because it was not televised, people filled in the blanks. And that brought home to me the need for the education of what is being done. And this government can get a message out there. This government could get a message pretty. So whether it's TikTok, what's that, what TikTok, talk tick, or whether it is what this government knows how to get a soundbite out there. So the fact is, because you can do it, you should do it. You know how to get the message out there, or maybe that's only when there's a certain time. I don't know, but this government, I have seen this government get a message out there, Mr. President, and it was heard to the length and the breadth of the island, Mr. President. Everybody got the message. So I'm saying use the talent that you have, the government, spread the gospel. Secondly, sir, if you don't give the people the information, as I said, they can fill it. And they will fill it with whatever comes easiest, which unfortunately may not necessarily be sensible stuff. Sir, I think though that in seriousness, there needs to be special regard with the perception of the youth to what is being done. I keep on mentioning the Twitterati. There are certain members in here, sir, but there are statements being made on social media. There are certain statements being made on social media by the young people, sir, that there is this concept that they're being asked to do more, and by the time it's their turn, they can be dead, or you gotta work until 70 or 80. The message has to be given as to why we're doing what we're doing and how everyone will stand to benefit. Sir, perhaps the government should continue its effort to fix the low-hanging fruit. We all remember when the auditor's report came out and they were talking about the persons who were deceased and still receiving NAS payments. That was dealt with. But these type of things impact the perception. There were newspaper articles, I think 30-something persons were receiving, and it was an issue because of COVID, the NIS department wasn't receiving the information from the registration unit, and then Minister Strong and the other place had to get up and say what was being done to fix. This doesn't go to the reputation. This doesn't help persons feel confident in what is being done. So these are things that can be remedied, and the government continued to push forward with its mandate. And they did fix it. But it came out and it was subject again to the same social media. Sir, access to NIS funding and persons who've made their contributions continues. It may not be real, but there's a perception. So my informal anecdotal questioning, which may or may not have been done in Oysters while I was waiting for my fish, and I was asking a gentleman who was serving some libation, sir, as to, what's his thoughts about making the contribution if he you know, if something should happen to him and he can't work in the barn, he might say, well, Skipper, from what I hear, I will put down that money and then when I go to get it, it's licks to get it out. I told him that's not correct, and you know, the whole purpose of it is to take care of individuals like him, self-employed. So if, heaven forbid, something happens to them, they have the coverage. And what is the data? Only 15% of the self-employed persons do it. Let's use the machinery, let's get them involved, let's make the process easier. I've dealt with the NIS in a variety of scenarios. They do excellent work, they do hard work, but the bureaucratic machinery sometimes takes a toll even with those with resources. So imagine if you don't have, Mr. President. Sir, I want to join with the others, and I think, Mr. President, all the other members here have heard me laud, L-A-U-D, laud, the ONARFA government, which allowed a young practitioner to get benefits from mutual fund investments, buying credit, you putting money in credit union, purchasing shares and pension. I remember that like it was yesterday, probably because it was. Other persons, sir, were spending their money on pork chops and things, sir, but I was putting the little pennies and things in the mutual fund, sir. But I don't just say that, sir, I actually come with a proposal. I just actually come with a proposal, Mr. President. And my proposal is that while I join with the others in relation to saying, well, put it back, I actually propose that if you can't put it back, perhaps a tax credit for persons who make their NIS contributions could be applied if that person also makes a concurrent investment in a self-pension fund. And that's something which I would just like to throw out there for the powers that be who are actually interested in making progress and not just noise, sir, not the loud cymbals, Mr. President, those who actually care about the country and are seeking to say how we can invest, because, sir, we want to encourage persons to do their own thing. So I'm not saying put back all the taxes. I mean, that would be great. But I recognize that no, I have any interest in, right? But wait, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to run a country. So how about we get some of what we give in relation to the NIS attributed to your pension, personal pension fund contribution, sir. And I hope, sir, that that message is taken to the powers that be. You see what I did there, sir? The powers that be. Sir, I also want to note, I also say, sir, that as raised by our friend Senator Dr. Christina Hines, the proposed impact of the legislation on the public servants. My review doesn't seem it to be any negative, but again, where there is an absence of information and clear statements, that will be filled. And even if there are statements, the question is, are the sound bites going out in a way that are easily digestible? So what it seems like, as sent out by Senator Nurse, is that it's going to be voluntary with regard to the additional payments towards the fund. But I have actually argued part of a case to deal with the intersecting of pension funds for public servants, and it's extremely tricky. So I say that just to say that please ensure that the public servants who will obviously be questioning the legislation, will obviously be questioning why, understand the impact positive with regard to the voluntary nature of the future contributions in that regard. Finally, sir, in my wishes for horse's speech, sir, I actually, besides once again commending the working group, our current senator, our former senator, who sat here with us, sir, I would actually recommend that the working group release the modeling that it did. Yeah. And let me tell you why. I am involved in certain matters where there are always underlying assumptions which go into models. And all of us in this room can sit down and say that we have come up with the most brilliant and the only possible solution. And we have interacted with persons and we have taken all the consultation and we have produced this model. But someone else can just look at it from a different perspective and say, but you know, That assumption that you use there in your line model, and Mr. President, you'll be more familiar with the concept of models than I am with regard to how they're generated, and I recognize there are certain proprietary restrictions with regard to the actuarial exercise. But as far as possible, the actual modeling mechanism, if at all, especially the underlying assumptions, and I'm not saying that anything was done wrong, but why not? Let's explore to what extent it can be set out to the public for anyone to see how they could improve on it. That's just a thought, sir. Finally, Mr. President, at the end of the day, I would like to recognize that there is no magic wand. And it's all right to talk, and it's all right to be flippant when you don't have to put any energy or any concept where you're just seeking the public attention. And I recognize the hard work that has gone into what is being done. There is no simple solution, but we should be glad about the type of discussion that we're having at this stage, sir. So let's look at the message. Someone might actually say, sir, and this is another whole topic, but is this something that we even want to continue with? But that is something the government can deal with at the appropriate time. So let's look at the education. Let's look at confirming that this is what we want to do. Let us understand that by human beings, our nature is necessarily focused inward. And how do we therefore utilize that for the benefit of all? Let us look seriously at the issue of tax credit, certainly the starting point on the basis of current NIS contributions. And let's look at continued clear communication from the government and the shepherding of the NIS fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very much, Senator Kevin Boyce. Senator Nicholas.
Mr. President, I too, like all the honorable senators who spoke in this debate, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make my contribution. Sir, I am grateful for the very lucid and informative presentation by our colleague, Senator Dr. Drates, and I call her that in hope of speaking things into the future. She spoke, sir, with a level of clarity on the matter that I wondered whether or not any further contribution to this debate will be a surfeit, because I don't think it could have been excelled. And she has done a lot to add to the discussion on what is a very complex subject that, as Senator Boyce just spoke, we brought last week to have a fairly in-house meeting to have a presentation to us of the recommendations made coming out and arising from the 17th Actuarial Review of the National Insurance Fund and the other funds under the purview of the National Insurance System. So, of course, we understand that this debate is not speaking about the effects of the ministerial statement made over the last couple of weeks, and certainly not to address any public follow or misgivings that have arisen. The bill before us now and the one that will follow, of which we have no cognate debate, speaks about the change in the governance structure of the national insurance system, which, to my mind, is an equally important part of the exercise. And while I understand some people might be saying you should have a discussion on national insurance at one stage and do everything one time, it is the judgment of the government that we need to get this governance structure in place at this point in time. And that the changes that have to be made will be done in due course in time. That is the judgment of government. And, you know, I've had to take some time to go and research the actuarial reviews, because the last time I would have come across an actuarial review would have been the one that necessitated the changes made around 2004, 2005 under the Wayne-Arthur administration. And what I found pertinent in the actuarial review, the 17th actuarial review, was the statement that those changes made then have been eroded to a certain extent and not being able to provide the expected coverage for the system. And that the demographic changes that have continued to move in a certain direction have continued. Honorable senators have spoken. Births in Barbados have been outstripped by deaths. Less people are joining the workforce, less persons working and contributing to the national insurance system. Pensioners who came onto the roll, say, in the year 2000, half of them still living now and receiving pensions 23 years on, in a way which was not contemplated when the system was first designed. So that these demographic changes are not of the government's manufacture, the last administration's manufacture, or anybody's manufacture. Indeed, only last week, Grenada made changes to their national insurance system by increasing the retirement age to what we did in 2005. They have a different size population. That is correct. They made their changes last week. Trinidad is contemplated a ninth change in a 10-year period. So that these issues are not unique to Barbados. And I think what this debate does is give us an opportunity to stand back and make a judgment as to where we are. I've heard a number of comments publicly. Some of them have been a little amusing, and some of them have been concerning because it requires you to go and ask questions and do some research to determine whether there's any truth. And even today, we have had to hear some corrections being made to what is publicly being stated in the Twitter sphere and the social media and these things. I want to assure you, Mr. President, that the government has taken this matter very seriously. And on the NIS website, all the actuarial reviews over the last few years are there. All. And it made it my business, sir, to go back and also to do an analysis of what has changed in the 17th actuarial review. I've gone back to the 15th actuarial review of the NIS fund. It was an assessment of the fund as at 2014. To make the link, because it seems that everything was pointing to about the year 2014. And one of the things that we've been told is that the performance of the national insurance system, the scheme, as we call it, is extremely linked to the performance of the Barbados economy. Let us not forget, sir, that we have had a decade of negative or negligible economic growth in the country. A full decade. And that when we had said in opposition that this was a challenging thing, we were told that we should be punished with laughter. And that was an acceptable political jibe about a serious response when the Prime Minister, as leading the opposition in the other place, had asked for an urgent debate on the state of our economy. She was told that the resolution she brought should be punished with laughter. We are laughing now, you know. These actuarial reports were presented with the same information suggesting that urgent changes should be made out to the National Insurance Fund and the system. And all of the danger signs were in these previous reports. I do not hear in the public domain that the government was rushing to do anything about it. In fact, the last administration played the part of Pontius Pilate and washed their hands of this issue. Left it there. Somebody else will have to deal with it. At a time, sir, when they escalated the investment in government paper to above 80%, at a time when Barbados' sovereign credit rating was junk. These are the facts. Junk, Mr. President. And I find it a little rich that certain comments are being made about the government's rush to deal with these issues. Sir, there is a perspective that guides and differentiates the Barbados Labour Party in its approach to governance. We will see the problems and we will promise the people that we will face it and we will fix it. And that is how we have adopted an approach to the governance of this country. And I believe, and I've said it here before, I do not see the country treating us in the same way as it treated the other side. But that is understood. But we will bear the criticisms of this. What I've not heard in the public domain is any recommendations to fix the national insurance system outside of the recommendations contained in the 17th actuarial report are recommended by the working group. Not one. I've not heard that we need to increase national insurance contributions. I've not heard that we need to decrease the benefits that people get in Barbados. But we've heard that we need to save the fund and ensure its sustainability. But we have not heard any, I do not listen, I'm here on the sidewalk listening to the calling programs. But I will say to Mr. President that anyone who's suggesting that you should get your information from there, you do that at your peril. I prefer, sir, to listen to the real actuaries and the experts who can guide us on these issues. Because if we make sport and light at these things, we will find ourselves not being able to deal with the issues that confront us. Sir, I am worried that in about 10 or 15 years, if the demographic trends which have informed the hereditary changes that we have made in 2005 and we are contemplating today, we will have to make further changes to the structure of our national insurance system at a time, sir, when we have only now started to grow back the economy at a rate of 3%. And when I look at the global risk report for 2023, speaking down into 2040, the world is going to become a more challenging place with crises and poly-crises that we cannot even contemplate and imagine. And therefore, we have to be frank and speak to our people that when you are in government, your role and responsibility is not only to deal with the short-term issues that people may have, but the things that can really impact greatly on your long-term development and the future, and also challenge the foundations on which the social development contract of which Senator Mulroney, Dr. Mulroney spoke, can be shaken. We have to look at these things. And I'm really, really comfortable with the candor that the government has exercised since August last year when the report was issued. All of us can tell you we were summoned to a parliamentary group meeting at Illawarra Court, where this report and the impact of it was discussed. The actuarial report was discussed, and the social partners, the permanent secretaries, all across the length of Barbados, the government consulted with each and every of those individual groups, including the opposing political parties and the trade unions, on this report. It was discussed on the calling programs last year. So I find it a little strange that I didn't tell you that I listened to them. Huh? Oh. But my colleagues listen to them. You see, when, Mr. President, you are busy representing the interests of ordinary people, you don't have time during the day for that luxury, right? I got to be defending the interests of the working people in this country. That is what I spend my time doing, right? And this discussion ensued then. And The usual response is the government mismanaged the fund, past administrations lick it out, and all kinds of things. What was reiterated to us, and in very graphic circumstances, is that the benefits that we are paying out are way in excess of what we have been collecting. And we have to draw down on the investment income, which is now about $4 billion. But if we continue to draw down on the investment income, given the demographic profile of Barbados, that in 2034 and to the outer limits 2041, the fund will collapse. So what we are doing here, sir, may not appear to be urgent to other persons, but we are a serious government. And we pledge to face problems and to fix them. And I remember, and I would always try to measure the effectiveness of government's policy on a number of criteria. Certainty of incidence, clarity of purpose. These are the hallmarks of good public policy. When we look at these measures contemplated in this, the government did not choose to defer benefits to people immediately. Over 11-year span, 4 years in the first instance for the first 5-6 months, and then that adjustment will happen over an 11-year period. Not to have a knee-jerk reaction to people, and the government was not being wicked, sir. And when we look at the modeling, and it's suggested in the report, you would probably think that that is the most palatable solution. Because certainly we could not increase the rates of national insurance contributions in this economy now. We could not decrease the benefits paid to Barbadians from the national insurance contributions at this point in time. So that the government has chosen the most palatable way to secure the sustainability of the national insurance system. So I find that the debate that has occurred in other places to be quite comical, but at the same time, honorable senators raised today some very important points, because sometimes the most serious statements can be made by the comics. Certainly, if you go back to our school days, Shakespeare made some very important points in the comedies that he wrote, equally so in the tragedies. But we cannot allow a tragedy in slow motion to continue to occur by looking at these reports and deferring any action on them for the sake of political expediency. So I've been charged with doing a tribute about the legal contribution of the luminary, the late Sir Harold St. John, who served in the first Senate in Barbados, appointed in 1964. And one of the things that have come up in the research that I have done was that it was widely acknowledged that he was not a man to put political expediency above public policy choices. And crafting public policy, even if it was not a popular thing, had to be done right for the benefit of the country. And if he was called a commercial lawyer and a person who said he was big government or what's not, the hallmarks and his fingerprint on the development of our international business sector and tourism and all of the commercial activity that has taken Barbados out of a rural sugar agrarian economy are there. And I see from the history that I have read that one of the things he has instilled, and sir, you spoke in the debate, sir, that I've read, and the Deputy President, Madam Deputy President, also spoke in the debate in the other place, the tributes laid to him, was that he was one to ensure that we made the right decision for the benefit of the country, notwithstanding it may not be the popular decision at the time to give the Barbados Labour Party any political advantage. And I say that we are doing the same thing within the context of this debate in trying to arrest these changes now and not allowing a government in 2041 to try to deal with these issues. And I think that we need to take some sober reflection on the approach this. And that we need to therefore measure the proposals on the basis that we have chosen the least harmful way to shock the economic realities of ordinary Barbadian people by taking more contributions out of their salary or reducing the benefits when they become due. That, sir, is the reality, and I believe and in the long run, we will be accredited for taking the challenges up front and now. So I want to direct my remaining time to look at the legislation and indeed to answer a number of the concerns. Sir, I laud, like Senator Boyce, the attempt to create a more autonomous national insurance system in Barbados. And I want to say this, only once in the history of our country was government recurrent expenditure financed by national insurance. Only once in our history did a government for 3 or 4 financial years refuse to pay any national insurance collected on behalf of government employees. Only once. Harold Barr didn't do it. Tom Adams didn't do it. Bree St. John didn't do it. Erskine Sandiford didn't do it. Owen Arthur didn't do it. And the administration that did that has paid the political price for it. At the same time, the country must be guided by the fact that even also in breach of the provisions of the Central Bank Act, which we have had to come to this place to fortify, the financing of government recurrent expenditure, not investing in the country, recurrent expenditure. Does it borrowing money to pay a credit card, not to make an investment that will grow, was done at the same time. And you know, you don't want to call out people, but there were members on both boards when the investment policy of the National Insurance Fund was being abused. And I want to say this, you can put as many regulations as you like. You can put as many laws as you like. But when a country is willing to turn a blind eye to blatant abuses and do nothing about it, we end up with the economic disaster that we face in 2018, when this country was bankrupt. And were it not for the debt restructuring, we would not have been able to come out of COVID in a year or two and see a 3% growth for 9 successive quarters in the Barbadian economy. And we have to say these things. So I want to assuage the concerns of the public and the senators who spoke, that the National Insurance Fund has never been used as a personal piggy bank of the Barbados, of the Barbados government. It never has been. And do not believe the rumors about it. The director of National Insurance had to confirm today that the monies invested in the Four Seasons have been paid back. But you will see all sorts of things in social media and again and where the other places on the calling programs that all these hundreds of millions of dollars are due and owing. You know, one of the things that struck me about this review, Mr. President, was that the debt restructuring is what saved this country from going over the economic cliff. And yes, the National Insurance lost $1.3 billion as a result of the debt restructuring. But had the last administration not been financing government expenditure by going to the NAS, we would not have had that. But we don't blame them for that because the people have dealt with them for doing that. But what I want to say to the country is that at the same time, we need to recognize that if the government of Barbados owes the NIS $1.3 billion, where does the government get revenue from? The same people will have to pay it back themselves. And that is what the debt restructuring is also about. So that we to have taken that approach not blindly, not flippantly, not wantonly, but we did so with the understanding that we were at the edge of the financial cliff, about to head off. And that the only thing that we could have done is to restructure our debt. But you know what the actuarial review has indicated? That even in spite of the debt restructuring, that it would have only put 3 more years' life on the fund. 3 more years. So the debt restructuring has brought forward our date with destiny by 3 years. So rather than 2034, we're talking about 2031. And the reason why our date with destiny is set in stone is because of the demographic circumstances that face the country. And we need to have a serious discussion about population. We need to have a serious discussion, and I agree with Senator Boyce that even if we have greater compliance, I suggest to Senator Boyce that my reading of this actuarial report does not suggest that compliance simplicity will cause us not to have to implement the changes now. Because the gap that is galloping as a result of the rising expenditure coming from the fund is not going to be closed. A 250 million gap is not going to be closed by compliance being dealt with. So that, yes, governance, compliance, and all these issues are important because we are managing a system that is important for everyone. But let us not get sidetracked about what is the real problem. It is not even an elephant in the room anymore. And I remember sitting in the other place as a visitor and Dame Billy Miller being ridiculed for suggesting that it's time that we look at immigration to solve some of the demographic population challenges that we have in Barbados.
Just a point of correction for the record, just to be clear, Senator Boyce, I have made no reference to compliance or increased compliance. I believe that was my brother, Senator Nurse, who was referencing the compliance issue, Senator Nichols.
Indeed.
Just for clarity.
Mr. President,
you are correct.
If Senator Boyce does not want to be congratulated for making a sensible point, I will forgive him.
No, I certainly do not take credit. I do not take credit where it is not due, Mr. President.
But you correct, Senator Boyce.
Senator Nurse will forgive me if
you reallocate the praise.
Senator Nurse will forgive me if I took his contribution, which I also enjoyed, and he would tell you that I always enjoy his contributions. We don't always agree, but I enjoyed his perspective today and his clarion warnings on some days, and he will forgive me if I mistakenly attributed some of those to Senator Boyce, because apart from that, I can't remember anything that he said. But if we, it is, and sir, it is very, very serious because a senator said to me, one of my colleagues in the corridors as we were coming up for lunch today, the truth is that why the government didn't carry the age to 70 one time and done. That is not the wisdom of the actuarial report or the experts in the field, that we need to be that drastic at this point in time. And indeed, I bring to mind a question raised in our private session last week by the Deputy President as to how have we begun to factor in the gig economy and the fact that young people are quite footloose and quite open and mobile in terms of their employability and their perspectives on employability. There are several people who make an income sitting down from their homes who may appear to you not to be contributing anything to the development of the economy, but they are making a fairly decent living by providing services for businesses overseas. And this really requires a cultural shift in Barbados and in countries like ours, which have the same demographic profile. Because if we are not able to keep pace with the changes in the employment, then we will not be able to solve this massive demographic problem that confronts us. And if you are like me, Mr. President, that did over 30 years ago geography as an A-level subject, when we did human and social geography, urbanization and population were part of the core topics there. A lot of these changes have been portended from the studies that were available then. Countries, as they develop their demographic profile, all curves in the same direction. And I think one of my colleagues said it today, the more women who enter the workforce at the higher professional level, and the more men who enter the workforce at the technical and vocational level, you have a disconnection there, and the population drops. This is not modeling that is done specifically in respect of Barbados. This is modeling that has been verified by study after study after study that we did 30 years ago when we were studying human and social geography. We need to address these things because as you graduate into the lower levels of a middle-income country, you have the profile of a middle-income country and the challenges of a middle-income country. So our cultural attitudes have to be adjusted, and I agree that this debate should be the start of a sensitization of people's awareness of this problem. And let us get out, as Senator Boyce said, out of the partisan rancor, because at the end of the day, in spite of the one time that we use the NIS funds to finance government recurrent expenditure, that is not the cause of the problem. And that is why we as a government have not necessarily entered the debate at that level, but at the level of trying to fix this problem once and for all. When I say once and for all, to fix it at a time when we can maintain the sustainability and affordability of the benefits that people derive from the system. Mr. President, another comment that struck me today was the suggestion that the NIS should never be used for development purposes in a country. And I struggled with it intuitively because the senator who spoke has never disappointed in terms of the pearls of wisdom in which he has contributed to this chamber since he came. And I must say to him, and I will confess that I have not had the opportunity to say to him privately, that I cannot agree that we can adopt an approach that says that we can now invest in securities outside of Barbados, which we accept will increase our risk. But at the same time, we will have a no investment approach in the development of our own country. And when we look at the size of the NIS as a proportion to the GDP, I cannot contemplate how a developing country with budgetary challenges like Barbados could make a policy statement into law that we cannot invest any portion of the national insurance funds earmarked for investment into the development of the country. That, to my mind, is an extreme position. I understand the caution for which that statement has been motivated by. But at the same time, when we look at the level of investment in the future, because you know what? The future Barbadians benefit from a lot of the capital development that the NIS has been involved in over the course of time. And yes, it has made a contribution to the investment income and the dividends reaped from those investments. So that to say that we should take the investment income and capitalize a sovereign credit fund, I understand as a goal, but the goal has to be realistic. We only had 9 quarters of economic growth coming out of recession and COVID and so forth. And that to say that we as a government and as a people need to legislate against it, to my mind, is intuitively, I had a challenge with it. I understand setting limits. I understand setting legislative limits. But you know, a government with a majority, even a slim one, a 1641, can pass amendments to laws and do as they like. The only thing in a democracy that keeps the interests of the people secure is the ability of the people to make a change. No law can legislate good behavior on the part of a government. No law can legislate perfect performance, can legislate perfect application, can legislate perfect compliance. No law. The exigencies of the circumstances might, in one case, allow for a government to depart from the established statutory limits. And in other cases, it may not. The important thing is that the people of the country must always have the opportunity to comment on the performance of the government. And as far as I'm aware, in Barbados, we have never had a challenge in that, and long may it be so. So that I am not too pernickety, Mr. President, in respect of the ability of the minister in this legislation to give direction on matters of general policy. When the national insurance has to have a loan and it has to be guaranteed by the government of Barbados, there must be at some stage some synergy between the government's policy and the IRS. And that the national insurance cannot have a situation where it is autonomous but still independent of anything going on with respect to the economy and the management of the country. When we look at the Constitution of Barbados, the role and responsibility for the direction of national policy resides in the cabinet. They are accountable to Parliament collectively and therefore accountable to the people for their performances. And there's a tendency sometimes to suggest that we need to create these semi-autonomous bodies and get politicians out of it so that we have these institutions as secure. But who are these institutions accountable to? Not anybody that elects them. So that I think that we need to be appreciative of the model of governance that we have. And while we can't legislate perfection, we can legislate standards. So I catch you by your eye that I have exceeded my time, but I want to end by saying we have done right by the people of Barbados in our management of this situation. We have done right by the people of Barbados in putting institutional structures in place and strengthening them, and we can come back and make them even stronger in the future by amendments to the bill under consideration. I therefore have no reservation in supporting this bill wholeheartedly. I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Who's it? Senator Odle, Senator Roberts Odle.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to keep my comments extremely brief because in the wide context of the debate, I feel that the wrong has not only just been run over, it has been ran through. And hence, I want to center this on a piece that I felt I could not let us leave this chamber without having had that discussion on the table. And Senator Boyce himself was a great inspiration to that, as he reminded me of a duty of mine to my demographic. But first, I want to say that, like every other person in this room, I spent a long time going over
the plans and the legislation itself. And sometimes I found it highly technical and so confusing that I put it aside, as I often do, and went out to have conversations. And I happened to find myself in Warrings, a little tucked away position, having a conversation with a group of people. And so we were having conversations about the NIS, how Barbadians viewed the NIS, the need for the NIS, and the full context. And he shared a pearl of wisdom for me that I found it difficult to believe, but I thought I'd share it here. He pointed out that Barbadian women have always had an insurance policy long before the NIS. It was called children. Many, as he pointed out, had 6 to 12 children, all with the preference, not necessarily because you did not have better methods of contraception, not necessarily because you were bored, but because at least one out of the 6 to 12 was going to take pity on you and look after you in your old age. And so as he made that point, I found myself blinking and saying, oh, thank you so much for the increased knowledge and information. I'm not quite sure how accurate it was, but I thanked him for it. But most of the persons in which I would have had conversations with weren't in his demographic, weren't in the demographic who were going to hit upon NIS in any space of time that they could reasonably foresee. And so when I speak about demographics, I personally have a wide range for demographics. I'm talking about those at the beginning of the system, 20-somethings or so, just now entering, and those at the now reaching 40 mark. I want to state clearly, I am nowhere near 40, but and those now reaching the 40 mark. And so in all the conversations that I would have had, those at the beginning of the argument and those at the end of the argument made a point that I really don't think we have discussed in any great context, because I've heard from several members that the overarching common course is that we should save the NIS. I want to say, at least among the individuals I spoke to within that demographic, weren't so sure that that was the best thing in the world for them. Those at the beginning of the mark, about the 20-something or so, spoke about a pleasure and a horror that I fully understand, and I think most people might understand. That of getting your first paycheck, being so excited, feeling like a big man or woman in the community, so to speak. And then to open the pay slip that came with it and to see the deductions as they went left or right. And so in a lot of the conversations that we would have had with that demographic, it was, but do you understand what those contributions mean? And they're like, oh, you're talking about the old people. Well, the old people should have taken care of themselves. Some of them said that. We understand the exuberance of very early youth. But as you have the conversations, and it was a point about the fact that we need to have those conversations with the people that are coming into the system. Because the truth is, most of us have always known the NIS to exist. When I did the calculations, the NIS was established 20 years before I even landed on this earth. I have always known the INS to be there. So when we have a conversation, somewhere in my mind, I am perhaps disconnected from the idea that it may not exist. And that is where some of them are. Because to them, that far off. I can work that out when I get there. But when you have conversations with them, sometimes you have to bring it down to a realistic level. And so a lot of times when I said to them, no problem, what kinds of elderly folks do you have in your life? And then when you have to explain that what you put into the system, make sure that they have an opportunity to live a decent life, the viewpoint shifts. Some not by much, but some by a significant amount. They understand that this, as I call it, is a pay-backward system, not a pay-forward system. Because when we are young and in full of vim and vigor, the country rests on our shoulders the truth that the taxes that you put into the system pay for the very young to have an opportunity at a better life, and for the very old to have an opportunity at a decent and dignified existence. And so I feel as though, yes, we are having these conversations, but we also need to have demographic-specific conversations to translate that message in its full vigor. Because if we carry on with the idea that we all have the position that it must be saved, it will not go as we intend it to be. And so I also then had the conversations with the 30 to 40 range. A little bit more mature. They have the understanding of what the NIS was about. But for them, the conversation was, I have a retirement fund, I have a healthcare fund, I have an education fund for the children, I have this fund and that fund and the next fund. And in addition to all the requirements, those monies come out. So truthfully, I'm not too sure that this really making sense for me. That one also had a pull in terms of thought process, because they already understand the purpose of the NIS, but do they understand that it isn't just for those then and those coming, but it's also for you now? Because I had to explain to them with the very pertinent example of CLICO, that all your plans, all of your well-paid, well-funded, well-grasped plans can come to naught. And that the system is established so even if the worst comes to worst, there is something for you. There is a fallback plan that is established so that you don't have to go off a cliff. And as you would have had conversations, I'm sure everyone in here knows someone affected by the CLICO saga. Some of them were at the point where what was in the NIS was all they had at their disposal, despite putting down pearls and wheat and barley in their youth, outside of the government structure. So I want to say that there is a conversation among the younger demographic about whether or not this really makes sense. And the truth is, as we have educated a populace, they have and will come to the general conclusion that it is important. Because I think, well, we have a hustle mentality, we have a main job and a second job, we are well-versed in the gig economy, we are income stream multiples. We have also been taught in this country to take care of our population. And we've been taught by example. But if we do not reinforce the example when the uncomfortable conversations come about, we will forget it. We will make an immediate decision on what is in my pocket and what I need to survive without understanding. And the most clear example was a great friend of mine who I had to have a fuller conversation in private with. And his position was, as I said, he had all the insurances. The little child was going to school. His parents had a house and so forth. He wasn't too concerned with this. And personally, he felt that he could use that extra money that he pays to the NES every month. But again, you had to break it down for him. Yes, your parents have a house. They're near retirement. Do they have retirement funds? No. His parents would have been of the physical profession. And henceforth, when I said to him, so who is going to pay for their food every day? Are you? Are you going to go to the supermarket and pay out every month for their household and your household? Well, that wasn't the plan. I said, exactly. So who do you think pays that? And then we talked about the other aspects of the fact that, yes, you have all these insurance bills, but your children go to public school. Taxes pay for that. When your wife has a child, she goes to the hospital. Taxes pay for that. When the children are sick, they go to polyclinics when change isn't always there to go privately. And so again, I say we have to continue to have demographic-specific conversations, because if we continue to swallow the idea that every single person, even though they've benefited from the system, even though they have clear examples, is going to co-sign, then we are going to be mistaken, because I'm fairly certain that as the demographics continue to be what they are, the life expectancy continues to expand and expand. I personally plan to live to 100, just saying. And so we have to understand that there's a possibility that we may come back. And we cannot allow that drift in understanding about what this is, because the NAS is for us all. It takes care of our poor. It takes care of you in case you have to go there. But the truth is, it is for us all. And it underpins a Barbados that we cannot afford to let go. And sir, with those very brief words, I am obliged.
Thank you, Senator Roberts-Odo. Senator Dr. Haynes.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I want to say I have a morning speech, but it's almost 6 o'clock. I think I have 19 pages here, but here goes. Article 15 of the Barbados Constitution establish a parliament so that we can make decisions, make changes, and act. And on the heels of what Senator Nichols said, with situations like what we're facing, we have to fix it. We don't have the luxury of making politically expedient choices in a situation like this that pertains to one of the fundamental pillars on which modern Barbados was established. I see those 3 pillars as free healthcare, free education, and the social security system that we enjoy. So these amendments that we're making are among the most critical amendments that we have made so far for this parliamentary session. Every ounce of public interest in this debate have been rightly placed, and I want to thank the Leader of Government Business for making sure that we have been able to get the level of preparation that we've been able to through the engagements that we've had. And I want to highlight that successive governments, even predating the time of independence, have made efforts to this effect. Barbados was actually the first country among the British colonies to grant universal pensions to its citizens. In 1937, even predating the riots and predating the Des Moines Commission that spoke to the poor living conditions and the hardship of the working class in this country, you had young, aspiring, local politicians, including the Right Excellency Grantley Adams, who would have advocated on the behalf of average citizens to ensure that every single Barbadian over the age of 70 years old could be entitled to a non-contributory pension to ensure them financial stability and security in their old age. 3 decades later, in the post-independence era, just 1 year after obtaining independence, the Barbados Parliament enacted the National Insurance and Social Security Act, which formalized a more comprehensive offering of social protections, including contributory and non-contributory pensions, employment injury benefits, sickness benefits, survivors benefits, funeral grants, maternity benefits, and so on. This law was enacted when pensionable age was first 60 years old, and at that time, life expectancy, as we would have heard, would have been around 68. So imagine the modeling around which this legislation would have been first established would have only anticipated a payout of approximately 8 years. And at that time as well, demographically, Barbados had a much younger, more vibrant working population. The median age at that time was actually about age 20, in contrast to age 39 right now. So we have to admit that the current context is far removed from what pertained over 55 years ago when the Act first came into place. So the onus is on us to respond and to make the critical changes that are required in this ever-changing and rapidly evolving social and demographic circumstances. The last set of amendments to pensions were made under our former Prime Minister, Owen Arthur. We would have heard amendments were made in 2005. And Once again, he took the incremental approach where pensions went from age 65 right up to what currently pertains, which is age 67, which came into place at the beginning of 2018. The underlying justification for making these adjustments has been that there's an understanding that we need to ensure that the health, the sustainability, and the perpetuity of the fund can be allowed to continue to benefit generations of Barbadians to come. Based on the best information that is available to us, it's become necessary to revisit the terms that currently apply to the operation of the fund. The 17th actuarial review of the fund, which was tabled in Parliament in August of last year, which is a public document, the fund has shown us that the fund at this point is not in crisis. But if we continue on the current trajectory, the earliest possible date for the fund to become depleted could be as early as 2034. The same actuarial report has made an indication that there's been an imbalance between the inputs, the revenues that are generated from contributors, and this is due to the fact that we have a shrinking base, primarily driven by changes in the demographics of the country. The demographics that we're seeing is that we have a decline in birth rate. Currently, the birth rate is 1.6. What we know is that unless we have a birth rate of at least 2, the population is going to be shrinking. In 1967, when this legislation first came into place, we had a birth rate of about 3.6. And to be honest, I'm not sure how accurate that is, because most of us can speak to the fact that our grandmothers would have had 8 to 12, and in some cases, more children. But women like myself, young professional women, we don't have similar family planning goals. And the truth is, as Senator Drake would have pointed out, there was an aggressive campaign between the 80s and 90s to encourage birth control and all of these things, which has given us more freedom and has lifted a lot of us out of poverty, because the truth is, when you have large family sizes, there's more mouths to feed, money has to go more ways. But at the same time, we're also feeling on the back end the impact of a shrinking population. And when you combine this with the fact that we have invested as well significantly in our healthcare infrastructure and health services, and we're now seeing people live not just to age 68, but to age 78, it's a testament to, yes, the strength and the quality of our public health system, but it's also created a situation where we have more people entering retirement, so you have more people claiming on the fund for longer than was anticipated, but then you have fewer people contributing to the fund. So, as Senator Nichols would have alluded to, a number of options would have had to be weighed, because you only have a handful of options. Do you cut benefits? That would be unjust, certainly in a country that prides itself on having this strong social safety net. Do you increase the contribution rates? In the current setting of the cost of living crisis and all of the other things coming right out of COVID and coming out of the unemployment crisis that was associated with COVID, that also wouldn't be seen as being fair. So in this situation, I think that we've taken the lesser of the evils, where we have chosen in a very incremental and a very gradual way to increase the pensionable age by 1 year. It's not going to take immediate effect. We've actually made a decision to ring fence people who will be approaching pensionable age soon. So anyone who becomes age 60 by the beginning of 2024 will not be impacted. And rather than just thrusting it on the people, in 2028, you're going to see the pensionable age increase by half a year, and then in 2024, the second half of year comes into place. There are a number of other changes related to whether you can, how you're impacted if you decide to take early retirement. There are other changes related to the number of weeks that you have to contribute, so it's going up from 500 weeks, which would have been approximately 10 years of contributions, to a minimum of 15 years worth of contributions, which is 750 weeks. But all of these things are being done in a way that it's not being thrown on anyone in particular. It's being done in a very incremental and very gradual way to minimize the shock, but still to ensure that in the long run, that the models will show that we are able to maintain the value of the fund. I wanted to just briefly divert my speech because a number of people have already spoken to the demographic situation and the fact that globally and regionally, everybody is basically in the same boat. We saw the fiery protests in France. We would have heard earlier from Senator Monroe Knight about the situation in Trinidad, where they've had to, on 8 different occasions, revise their pensionable age. Just 2 weeks ago, the same week that we passed our, through the other place, when they approved these amendments, at that point, Grenada would have increased their pensionable age from age 60 to age 65, but they're doing it incrementally every year for 5 years, increasing their pensionable age by 1 year. But I wanted to speak briefly to concerns related to the youth, because in the space that I tend to do some of my engagement on, young people have valid concerns about whether the fund is going to be there for them. If you're a young working person and you're hearing concerns, oh, the fund, there's a chance that the fund is going to be depleted within the next 11 years, we're trying our best to course correct, automatically questions will come into your mind as to, well, if there's a chance of this thing going belly up, what is the sense of me continuing to contribute? And what I would like to say is that this fund has served not just our generation, but our parents, our grandparents, and in some cases, our great-grandparents. For most of us who would have come from the working class backgrounds that we would have, it was a lifeline for old working class people, and the fund will have to continue to be there for us in time to come. So it's really our responsibility to pay in and to contribute to ensure that it can continue to survive. I know more young people are tending to opt for informal work. Right now, about 30% of all employed people in Barbados are self-employed. And in spite of that figure, only 15% of all self-employed people actually contribute to the fund, which is very, very meager. One thing that we would have learned coming out of COVID was that you have to be prepared for a rainy day. And the reality is, a lot of self-employed people might not be considering that a day might come where, God forbid, there's an injury related to if you're working as a carpenter or something, an injury might occur where you're not able to work. Situations like that are things that you don't anticipate, but that's what insurance is for. The fund is always there for you in situations where if you get pregnant, you need maternity benefits or anything, it's going to be there to prop you up. And unless you're paying in, you're not going to be able to get those benefits. What we've been able to do specifically for the self-employed is that I know there were lots of, Senator Boyce would have made reference to some of the bureaucratic hurdles as self-employed people trying to make their contributions. But there have been efforts to specifically address some of those issues. So what I was aware of was that as a self-employed person, you had to file a schedule on a monthly basis in order to file your benefits. They're doing away with the scheduling altogether, so no paperwork. Also, what I'm aware of is that if you hadn't filed by the 15th of the following month, you would actually incur a penalty. They're eliminating both the deadline and the penalty. They're also introducing electronic payments via EasyPay to make it easier for you. And with the consideration that lots of young people are attracted to the orange economy, they're involved in seasonal work. So let's say you're a performing artist, you're a part of a band, you might be working on a cruise ship or something like that. You can pay as you go. So if you can't pay on a monthly basis, you had a good crop over, you did a lot of shows, a lot of performances, you can pay in then, and when things pick back up during the winter season, you can circle back then and top up your contributions and go that way. One of the other new measures that they've decided to roll out for the self-employed is that if you, let's say, have a small mainstream job, you're working as a secretary, you're working as a waitress or a bartender, you might be doing nails on the side, you might be doing hair braiding on the side or something else, you can actually register as a self-employed person, although you have your main job, and use those contributions to top up. So this is some of what we would have learned coming out of the briefing sessions that were organized by the Leader of Government Business that I thought were very optimistic considering that we want to try to improve compliance and get more people paying in. Yes, we have the demographic issues, but if we can improve compliance from what I think the actual report suggested, the compliance rate right now is around 87%, and they're targeting a compliance rate of about 93%. And that should be able to extend the life of the fund, I believe, by 3 to 5 years. It's one or the other, I can't remember exactly. But just that small percentage increase in compliance can actually add years of life to the longevity of the fund. I don't want to repeat much else that anybody has had to say. And Mr. President, I thank you for recognizing me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This has been an interesting debate, and I think I'm probably going to be the last speaker in the chamber other than the Leader of Government Business. Much has been said, but there are a few points that I would wish to make. Last week, Wednesday, when we had the briefing from the officials on the proposals, the recommendations, and we had our own internal conversation and analysis, I took the opportunity to take the photographs of those in the chamber and to send them their photographs. Without exception, everybody complained that their photograph was horrible. And I recognized, Mr. President, that what we were feeling and seeing was reflected on the faces of those in the room. The tension of the moment, the weight of a country debating its future, the question as to how does one do what is the right thing to your fellow Barbadian. How do you weigh the decisions to be made in the balance and come to a conclusion that affects fairness, equity, justice, and creates sustainability in a fund which my mother, who died at 97 a year ago, benefited from? And I give her age for a particular reason. It is that she would have been expected to retire at 65 or 67, but lived for 30 plus years, and the fund had to support her. And now, as her child, at 61, I approach retirement, and the fund is going to have to support me. But I look at my great nieces, who are 4 years old and 3 months old, and ask about the viability of the fund for them. And so, like others in the chamber and others in the country, this debate is not esoteric, it is not academic, it is not just another thing that the politicians are about to do. It is something that fundamentally affects the quality of life of every Barbadian, of every social and economic class, and the future of those coming behind us. What I saw in the chamber, what was reflected in those photographs, was a chamber struggling to do what is right for the citizens of this country. I do not know how people will vote today, but I am satisfied, Mr. President, that we have thoroughly investigated, interrogated this issue, and asked ourselves what is right in the context of what is before us. And we've heard much today about the precipitating factors for why we are here. And I want to deal with some of the things that are in the public domain, We are not here because the politicians have been using it as a personal piggy bank and breaking it open every time they feel like it and taking out money and spending on whatever they feel like. Or because the board has no control over the political directorate and the political directorate has been abusing. There are a number of socioeconomic factors that have been discussed, socioeconomic, including demographic factors, that have been discussed all day. So I am not going to repeat them. The one that I have not heard people speak to is the impact of NCDs on the fund. That when you have a population that is aging, and that quarter of that aging population, or quarter of your general population, has one or more NCDs, which is the greatest cause of death and disability, they are claiming heavily on the fund. And that too is a precipitating factor. So when you talk about demographics, you have to understand the health implications of our health status. You have to understand our health status on the demographics and the cost and depletion of the fund. Having said that, I want to make the point that to me seems to be lost in all that I'm hearing in the public space. And it is this, one of the points, because I'm going to speak to several. And it is this, that the NIS benefit, the pension fund, and the NIS benefits generally are one of a number of social benefits which this country offers to its people. We offer housing at subsidized rates. We offer now a property benefit for first-time home owners. We offer free health care, from primary health care to tertiary health care. We offer free education from nursery to tertiary. And people can do more than one tertiary degree at the cost of the taxpayers. We are offering geriatric services, geriatric hospitals at excellent rates. We have the NIS benefit, and I want to come to that in a moment, which is the best in the Caribbean. We offer a reverse tax credit to those in lower socioeconomic income groups. And we offer land tax benefits up to $350,000, the first $350,000 of the value of your property, which means that some people don't pay land taxes at all. So that when people speak in the public domain about the NIS collapsing and the whole of Barbados is going to implode as a result, they are not seeing the NIS in the context of the landscape and platform of social and economic benefits which this country, as a small island developing state with a limited population and a small working population, is offering to its citizens. And that is the first point that I want people to recognize, that none of these benefits is being changed. What then, and it is proposed now, so let me ask then the question, what then are we doing? What are we changing? The principal change, and I will pause to make the point that in the course of the last couple weeks, the way that the debate has evolved, one would believe that from next month, a person who was working for the last 33 and a third years is now going to be completely disadvantaged by these radical changes that the government is making. The government is not making radical changes. It is preserving the pension of people and preserving the fund for the population. It is preserving what we have come to think of as a right. And the changes are not being made hurriedly. The changes do not come to being for several years hence. I do not recall now when they start, but the depletion will occur between 2034 and 2041. The changes are going to be made in order to stave that off, not next week. So if you had an anticipation that you were going to retire next year with a particular suite of benefits or at a particular rate, that does not change. It remains the same. So the expectation that you had would be the same. Honorable Senator Haynes made the point, I had wished that she had elaborated, that when the fund was set up, people were having 3.6 children. Therefore, you would have expected a pool of people to go into the fund and contribute. Retirement age was 60, and the life expectancy was 67. So that the average person would have been carried for 7 years. But there are many people like my mother who we had to carry for 30 plus. And the truth is, if I have her genes, I'm going to be out here for a long time, so you're going to have to carry me. The fund has to carry me as well for a very long time. And all of us in our experience know people in our families, in our communities, who are not living 5 years past retirement, but 25 years past retirement. In fact, so much so last week I was having a conversation with somebody, and I mentioned a particular name. The person is quite old. And somebody who was in the crowd said, well, he dead already. We thought he dead at least 20 years ago. And you know, we say that about people all the time because you hear a name, and you say, wait, so-and-so still living? Because they're living so long that you don't realize it. But yet, the narrative which the public was being asked to buy into is, look, you're going to work, you're going to dead, and you ain't going to get the national insurance. Virtually, that's what we were hearing last week, that you would have to pay right up until you're 70. 70 is what the Bible speaks about as our life expectancy. But the Bajan life expectancy, because of whatever social conditions or good health care or just good genes, we don't die at 70. In fact, when people die at 70, we now remark, he was a young fellow at 70. So let's understand that this change is going to cause people to work until they're dead and they can't get the national insurance. That is a false narrative. That the national insurance will be there for the years that the people need. And that is why the changes are being made. Again, as Senator Drake said, we either could have changed the suite of benefits or made it more difficult. We have chose the most palatable option, and that is to change the time frames from 67 to 68, and we are changing the number of contributions, and I'm going to speak to that in a minute. I said earlier I was 61. So that the average person, you're being asked to work to get your full pension benefit for 40 years instead of 33 and a third. Let's be realistic. If you come in, the average person comes into the labor force, let's say at 25, you will get your full pension benefit at 65 before you reach retirement age. And there are people who come into the labor force at 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. People are leaving university with degrees at 20 years old and going into the labor force. So they will get their full pension benefit, or their full pension benefit will bite or take hold when they are 60 years old. I mean, I think I am a typical Barbadian. For my age, I look relatively well. I'm in fairly good health, except for the arthritis in the right knee, that when the weather gets like it is now, it causes me to hobble a little bit. I can go to a crop over party, I can preach on alternate Sundays. You know, I think that this is what the average Bajan is like. The bishop does not know. We do not need to tell him how many parties there were. I confess I confess, okay. So, okay, I take it all back. I mean, I have, I preached every Sunday in July. So, no, seriously though, the point that I'm making is that before, and I'm saying this in all seriousness, when we were young girls, when I was a young woman, and you heard a woman reach 60 or 61, the age that she would start wearing petticoats and hats. She would start going to church religiously every Sunday, and she would tell you, I am called away from the things of the world. I am worshiping the Lord. And you would know what that meant. You would know what that meant. Sir, at my age, now, women of my age, they don't get the call so early, sir. That is all I will say. Yes, but we know, but sir, this is part of the sociological history of the country. I'm talking facts, aren't I? Sir, this is the reality. I mean, I'm delivering with a degree of levity, but I am talking sociological accuracies here. So that what you have then is a person, and face it, if 67 was the average life expectancy, then a woman at 61 would really be very old. But with improved health care, you don't see people losing their teeth like they did before and things like that. So that with improved health care, a person at 60 is still relatively young, relatively vibrant, working, going out there, having an active social life, grandparenting in a vigorous way, and so on. And that is part of the social reality which we are trying to capture in the fund to allow people to have the best quality of life for the longest possible time, given their state of health. A life of dignity is what it has the phrase that has been repeatedly used during the course of the day. So we move then from 33 years to 40. There is a plan to introduce a cost of living allowance. Let us understand that this will be a significant benefit, because all we have heard about in relation to the changes is negatives. But a cost of living allowance now added on to your national insurance benefit will make a significant difference to a lot of people. And the plan is therefore, as the cost of living rises, once it gets to 3% or over, and we've seen that happen. We've seen it happen in the context of rising gas prices. We've seen it happen in the context of supply chain challenges. We've seen it happen during COVID. We saw it during the super spikes in energy. And we know how these changes affect inflation and affect the purchasing power of the individual. So therefore, that cost of living allowance added in then to the benefits really will make a significant positive difference. We are told too that paternity benefits are coming. That too will make a difference to families, to men who want to help parent their children, to women who need the support of their man when they have young babies. A lot of women have postpartum depression and challenges nursing, and challenges waiting for their milk to come in, and challenges waiting looking after other little children in the household, and to have your partner there and to know that he is supported while he's there, this too is another positive change that is being planned. Now, having put some of these changes that are proposed in context, having put the positives, I want to turn to what is the landscape in which Barbados is operating, because Barbadians often behave as if we operate as an outpost with nobody and nothing else around us, and that the global circumstances do not impact us. Honorable members have made the point, I think that it was Honorable Senator Dr. Knight, Monroe Knight, who made the point that the The Netherlands is looking at having 70, their retirement age at 70, and you have to work, I think, 43 years to get your benefits. Now, one of the proposals that has attracted a lot of negative comment is the fact that we are moving from 500 contributions to 500 weeks to 750 weeks of contributions in order to realize pension benefits. And I want to make the point that in 10 out of 15 countries in CARICOM, the retirement pensionable age is 65. So 67 or 68 is not far off the average mark of 65. Let me go then to a few of the countries so that senators can get, and the wider public, a full appreciation for how this is playing out in the numbers. In Trinidad and Tobago, oil-rich country, life expectancy is 74. The retirement age is 60. You have to pay 750 weeks of contributions to get $450 a month. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 72 years is the life expectancy. The contribution weeks, 750. The retirement, 60. The median age of the population is 33. In Trinidad, it is 36. And for that, you get $114 a month. In St. Lucia, 73 is the life expectancy. The contribution weeks, 750. The median age, 33 years. Retirement, 60. Your payout, $112 a month. Guyana, 68 is your life expectancy. Your contribution weeks, 750. The median age of the population, 25. Your retirement age, 60. Your contributions, you receive $168 a month. Oil-rich Guyana. In one country where life expectancy is 75 years and the median age of the population is 34, the monthly pension benefit is $75. I'm not going to say which country. In the Bahamas, 72 years is your life expectancy. You pay 500 weeks of contributions. The median age of the population is 33. The retirement age is 65, and you get $346. In Barbados, small population, 77 plus years is your life expectancy, the longest life expectancy in the Caribbean. We are moving from 500 to 750 weeks contribution. The median age of your population is 39, the oldest in the Caribbean. You have the smallest number of people paying into your pension fund and the smallest number of young people. And for that, we get $526 a month, the highest in the Caribbean. So when people come and complain that the government, which is preserving these benefits, is unfairing them and coming in here clandestinely right after crop over to unfair people, it is just a false narrative. Now, let me be perfectly frank. I firmly believe that had the government shared the recommendations with the public at an early time and allowed the debate to happen before crop over, people would not have felt so suspicious and wondering what is up. We would not be fighting from behind. We would have been able to control the narrative instead of it being run by a person who cannot properly fight up with Natalie and another individual who tell people not to go to work, but left Snow on guard duty and went to meetings all day on the very day that individual was telling people not to go to work. Okay, so they were telling people don't go to work, but expected people to go to work and meet with them. Now, these people, in my view, cannot have any credibility in the public domain when it comes to issues of trust on things of fundamental importance to the well-being of Barbadians. Not people who making that kind of sport. And I say that in the tone of Chalk Dust, who said these mock politicians, they're laughing at we. Because when you could tell people don't go to work, but you go to work and expect people to come and meet you, you even put your dog to work that day to stand duty. I mean, come on. And then says that the Senate Secretary, when we are sitting in here working on this matter, it is ridiculous. This issue ultimately is going to come down when the information is put out there as to whether the public is prepared to trust this government that has increased pensions, this government that has supported with gas when gas was going up, the government that has ensured that people had, whether it was various types of benefits, support during COVID, all of the social welfare programs that have been put in place that have not been reversed, that every time that there has been difficulty, the government has proven that it can be trusted. It has raised pensions, raised civil servant salaries, even in the most difficult circumstances. And now the government is saying, look, we have to make some adjustments in order to ensure that everybody still gets an NIS pension. And I'm therefore asking the public, in the context of what we have seen and what we know and the information that now has to be made available to the public, the kind of data that was shared today by all honorable members who spoke, the information that allows people to understand that this is not any immediate and disadvantageous change. Information which allows people to understand that their benefits are not being reduced. Information which allows people to understand that we still have the best social welfare and national insurance in the entire Caribbean, bar none. So that the change to 750 weeks essentially brings Barbados online with what several other countries are already doing and giving people far less. The change to 68 years is marginally over the average retirement pensionable age of 65, which allows us to be taken care of for the rest of our lives with the longest life expectancy in the Caribbean at the highest rate. So these are things that have not been put into the public space, but which are critical to our understanding of what the government is doing and has done, and how the changes will affect people. Now, with that, I turn to a matter that has dominated, the other component of the matter, I should say, that has dominated the news, and that is, how do we treat politicians? How do we treat politicians? One honorable senator dropped it in at the end of a speech that, up to that point, had been a fairly good speech, and had the honorable senator taken the time to put the issue on the table fairly, I would have applauded. Politicians have traditionally not been treated with the same pension rules as others. Why? Because they pay higher national insurance benefits, national insurance contributions, than do the average citizens. Many people don't know that. People seem to think that politicians get free salaries and don't pay NIS and they get cars and everything duty-free. That is false. They pay higher national insurance contributions than other categories of workers. But they are not entitled to unemployment benefits or other benefits to which other categories of workers are entitled. That's even though they're paying a higher rate. In addition, the life of a politician is transient. I know well that a prime minister can call you and tell you, sweet girl, I had enough of you, goodbye. And that, well, people know that I got fired from the cabinet. And on my father's birthday, actually, on my parents' wedding anniversary, there are 2 consecutive. Oh, my goodness. Now that I think about it, today's the 9th of August. And I think that was the date. It was either the 9th or 10th of August. It was either my father's birthday or my parents' anniversary, because my father's birthday was the 9th and their anniversary was the 10th, and it was on one of the 2 dates. I think it was the 10th. Okay, so I'm making the point, however, that in any normal job, you have to be given notice or pay in lieu of notice. As a politician, you just go home and wonder how you're going to pay your bills at the end of the month because you can't claim for anything. You can't claim for anything. In addition to that, when you are a minister or when you are a politician, you are working. People call you, and people don't know this. The mother died, you are the first call. The give birth, you are the first call. If they don't want you to be godmother, you certainly got to pay for the clothes and the christening party. You got to pay for wedding thing. You pay for people's dentures. You buy furniture, you pay school supplies. They have a fire. At 2 o'clock in the morning, you get called out and you have to find somewhere for the people to go. The man beat them. They call you before they call the doctor. The man can't find the woman. She is sleep home before you, like if she sleep at you. And all of these social problems you are dealing with morning, noon, and night. Your life is not your own. People turn up at your house at all hours and expect you to solve their challenges. So the politician is working 24/7. And often give up jobs. There are people who have been top flight lawyers, top flight medical doctors, or other specialists, or self-employed persons, and have had to give up lucrative salaries to work for far less. Because the package of benefits that our politicians get is not as good as some of the people down the Eastern Caribbean. Okay? So there is a view that politicians are getting out licking by getting their pensions. Let me say this. I'm on the Parliamentary Reform Commission. My view is I am willing to hear what the public has to say. Politicians don't have to get the pension at 50. They could get it at 60. But I don't think that politicians get any unfair advantage over the rest of the public. And I hope that some of my other remarks will be carried and that this does not become the focus of the media because, you know, it is salacious, or they will perceive it as salacious, because I think that the other points I've made have value. But the role of the Parliamentary Reform Commission is now to look at some of the issues that have been raised in the public domain and to ask whether or not this is a matter that needs review and how it should be reviewed. So that there has been, contrary to what has been suggested, extensive public consultation on this matter up to the point of when the recommendations were made. There is now going to be extensive public discussion on why these particular options were chosen. I am told that There was considerable modeling of all of the options with actuaries and other professionals, and that is how they arrived at the suite of recommendations that were put into the report and were put before the cabinet. Because always the underpinning philosophy and approach was, how do we do what is just? How do we do what is equitable? And how do we make the fund sustainable? I believe, however, that in the future, when you are looking at the pension fund, that some regard has to be taken to persons for whom early retirement may be a preferred option. We already, it was mentioned today, give the BDF an early retirement. I believe it was proposed in the Barbados Labour Party manifesto, if I remember correctly, that police officers, I think it had been discussed at some stage, that police officers should also be considered for early retirement, because these are people who work in highly stressful jobs and jobs which are physically demanding. And equally, there are persons who work in physically demanding laboring jobs, whether they work in people's homes or the fields or on construction sites, who really we should look at as this particular category. Because like fast bowlers, their bodies break down very quickly and break down very seriously. I mean, cricketers are extremely well paid, but I think the chamber takes the point that I'm making. Nobody is intended to run up at how many ever miles an hour to release a ball, and it takes its toll on its body, on your body, so that we can look at a category of workers who are high risk for injury and therefore might or should be put in a position where they can take earlier retirement than the rest of the population because they are physically unable to continue working. I'm not talking about people who are malingering or looking for early payout so that they can have 3 cell phones and get their hair and nails done every week or every other week. So I think that is something that really needs to be considered. Could we then develop a category of high-risk individuals who we look at differently, or whose pension benefits are allowed to get benefits earlier? Now, having made that point, I want to make the other side of the point, which is that while we talk about working class people and making sure that the scheme can truly benefit them because they're not large earners and therefore they rely heavily on the scheme in their later years, we must make the point that there are large numbers of people, whether they are masons or steel benders or gardeners or housekeepers or coconut vendors, a whole list of people. In other self-employed categories as well, including lawyers and doctors, etc., who are not in compliance with their national insurance payments. Only 15%, we are told, of self-employed people are paying. And that is clearly a problem in relation to the fund, that they should be made to put into the fund. And we have to increase our compliance levels, and we have to police the informal sector better. The upshot of that, though, is that in Barbados, you cannot call people to account. People tell you they want transparency and that they want people called to account. But when you attempt to do it, Kadir, but this is how they treat the small black man. And the BLP is unfair poor black people and so on. Because these very masons and carpenters and steel benders, when you start to haul them into the NIS office or before the courts and say to them, you got to pay, hey, see what? They won't pick up Mr. So-and-so, but they will go and pick him up because he's a mason. That is what you're going to hear. So we have to ask whether we really want the compliance or whether we like it so. That was another calypso, if I remember correctly, because I rather suspect that we like it so. My final point, I think, sir, is that the labor market, as it existed in 1967 when the NIS fund was established, had a large number of employed persons with security of tenure. When you left school and went to work in the bank, if you were lucky enough to get a job in the bank, or when you worked in somebody's house, because people would be a maid in somebody's house, a housekeeper in somebody's house for 50 years, 40 years. When you went into the bank, you would be pretty sure that that was a job for life, that you would retire from, and you would get your benefits and your pension, and then you would go home. That level of job security in the marketplace ended a long time ago. And now we are looking at people being more entrepreneurial. We are looking at the gig economy. We are looking at people doing 2 and 3 jobs. We are looking at people, even people who are professionals. You know, they are running some kind of business, doing something on the side, they're selling something, they're organizing something. So the whole labor market and the way people earn has changed. And one senator, I do not recall whom, but one senator today made the point, I think it was Senator Crystal Haynes, who today made several interesting points, made the point that a lot of people are also doing these different jobs, retiring early, or was that Senator Odell, that they don't have any particular loyalty to a job. So before, when the average person could expect to stay into a job for 10, 15, 20 years and get benefits therefrom, I believe that research will show that the average people stay in jobs these days is 3 to 5 years. They are pivoting to the next opportunity, pivoting to the next salary, that a place that offers more benefits, pivoting to a workplace that is less stressful, pivoting to a place that allows them to work from home. So there are all kinds of pivots taking place in the market that affect how people pay, what they pay, if they pay, and how then later down the road they will get benefits or not. And for young people, to tell you the truth, sir, I have to admit, I never saw myself at the age that I am now. And you think, you look at people and say, oh, Liz Thompson's an old woman. You don't realize that 2 sleeps and you can be my age. No, it doesn't. It happens that fast. It happens that fast. I saw my niece when she came out of the womb. My niece now has 2 little children, 4 years old and 3 months old. It happened in the blink of an eye. And therefore, while young people may not, in these changes in the marketplace, be thinking about NIS benefits down the road, it is our responsibility to still create a framework from which they can benefit if they are not thinking about it themselves, or if they feel, well, I got money, I can insure against all the risks, because you cannot insure against all the risks. So therefore, I very much hope, and I will close therefore on this point, sir, that I really very much hope that the NIS in reviewing and making changes is also taking cognizance of these kinds of changes that are happening in the marketplace, which will affect the shape of the labor market, the size of the labor market, the formal and informal economy, and how people can get benefits still down the road. Sir, it is my intention to vote in favor of this bill. I feel that I must do so because of all the criticisms that I am hearing from people outside of this chamber, on the radio, on the street. I am yet to hear any alternatives put forward other than what the government is suggesting. I am also satisfied, sir, that the government has done what is the mature, humane, sensible thing, following expert advice on the matter, and that the changes we are being asked to support, which will affect me And I'm happy to support them, sir, because I know that in supporting them, I am helping others who will come behind me, that I am preserving the future of the fund, that I am supporting the future of Barbadians who are much younger than me now coming into this labor force, that we are preserving a pension scheme which is the best in the Caribbean, and that we are protecting, as this Labour Party always does, all the people of Barbados. Mr. President, I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much. I think the disadvantage of being leader of government business on days like this is that you speak after the Deputy President, who gave an excellent presentation just now. But that is not to say, Mr. President, that the entire Senate, every member who spoke, raised important points. And I want to, as usual, as is the custom of the government, to respond to the things where questions were raised in my closing up, and to then move the Senate, with your agreement, Mr. President, into committee for further deliberation on this bill. So we had my colleague, Senator Chantal Monroe-Knight, who spoke about the generational compact, and she spoke about a number of things relating to the NIS itself, and it was a strong contribution to the debate because it spoke not of any esoteric or academic things as some may think them to be, but they spoke to the substance of what people feel are important to them. And if I were to come to Dr. Christina Hines, she spoke about that which is just. Mr. President, these are not the things which are not just responsible or logical, but they're also just. And it is important for us to have this contribution. Mr. President, Senator Drakes raised a couple of things to which I want to respond. One, we raised the issue, and there were actually a couple of persons who raised questions on the audits. And I want to speak on that because it has been a point of discussion in a number of fora so far. And I want to express my appreciation not only to the honorable members of the Senate, but also to the members of staff and the leadership of the National Insurance Scheme, who not only remained here with us for the duration of today, but have contributed not just to today's debate, but also to the preparation for today's debate with their time last week. Mr. President, as we already spoken about, we had a scheduled session with the NIS team last week, and honorable senators now are in possession of the full revitalization report, which they have received from Parliament, and you would have received via Parliament or later on this evening. I did commit to ensuring that you had the slides that were used in the presentation from Mr. Rawdon Adams last week. Those are also now in your possession, and so in response to the request for some further elaboration on the modeling that was used, you have that in your possession now in your email inboxes. We have tried every way to ensure that we have depoliticized this debate, and we have given as much information as possible, because some of the misconceptions that are out there simply are unhelpful in the interest of Barbados and as we consider reform. So let me start first by speaking to the issues of the audit. I'm advised by the NIS team that so far 4 years of audits have been completed since 2011, 2012, 2013, and 2014. The audit for 2015 has already been submitted to the Auditor General at the end of last month. And I believe it was Senator Nurse who made the important point, which was also raised by the NIS, that these are things which are kept in off-site storage, and the condition of the documentation may not always be ideal, but the work has started, and the NIS is working with the Auditor General. But they also made an important point, Mr. President. They said in their contribution, I believe it is also posted publicly on the NIS website in terms of the audit, so it is there for all to see. The NIS has also shared the following information. They have said that they're now considering moving away from the International Financial Reporting Standards simply because that is more suitable for companies, and that they are instead looking at the International Public Sector Accounting Standards that may give them a little bit more room in terms of what they need to do and ensure that they meet the appropriate standards. So the NIS has been communicating with the public and they have been communicating with us on this matter. That is the question of the audit. Now, there was a question raised about Four Seasons as well in here and in the public, and I want to clarify that again for the record. The amount approved in the loan to Four Seasons was $60 million. That was approved in the last government to Four Seasons in the amount of $60 million. Of that amount, the exposure to the NIS in terms of that which was disbursed was $9.6 million. $60 million was not disbursed by the NIS. So it is important sometimes, and Barbados is one of those places where it only takes somebody saying one thing loosely, and that thing becomes the prevailing truth. So I want to clarify the record. This is something that has come up repeatedly over the last few weeks when this matter was raised in the other place, and since then, and it was raised again today. $60 million approved, $9.6 million disbursed to the Four Seasons project. But here's what is also true, Mr. President. This government that has been on a cleanup exercise since 2018 repaid in full that $9.6 million to the NIS in 2018. In 2018. So let us put that on the record as well, and this is also what I am advised by the NIS. Now, we raised a question, Mr. President, about, and it's a fair question, Dr. Christina Hines raised the point about what is contained in the bill. And if I'm shaking a little bit, it's because this room is freezing cold in this section of the room. We're actually shaking on this side of the room, even the president himself. But Dr. Christina Hines spoke earlier also about what is actually in the bill relative to what is in the reform proposals. The ministerial statement delivered by Minister Jordan in the other place spoke to the overall revitalization recommendations, the overall reform procedures, and they also spoke to what is intended. The bills before us speak to the governance mechanisms and the creation of the state-owned enterprise that we have spoken about, and the changes that will come for persons entering the public service in January 2024 in two separate pieces of legislation. Now, the corporate governance that will be given to the ushering of the revitalization proposals through the reform process will be led by this new state-owned enterprise, and I believe I said that also in my introductory remarks on the bill. The role of this state-owned enterprise, with all of its independence as described, is meant to shepherd the reform process. But I want to respond also to the question of ministerial discretion. Mr. President, I bank with a commercial bank. I do not know what the consultation process is internal to that commercial bank, whether they consult with their CEO on how they put my money and then give me back less than 0.1%. I have no idea. I am confident, however, that there are governance mechanisms internal to those commercial banks on how they function in an investment environment. Equally so, Mr. President, the NIS has an investment governance provision that makes determinations on how they treat to our money. And let us be clear, Mr. President, in the slides that all of you have now in your inbox, you will see, and it was raised by several government senators, certainly, and I believe even to some extent, Senator Drake, who was a member of the core group, is very much aware, perhaps more so than most of us. But the disparity between contributions and expenditure is clear, and the role to be played by investment as a means of generating additional revenue, and that investment revenue now being used to underwrite expenditure for the NIS is a critical part of the process. And so that is what we end up having to use as a government to ensure that the social compact that I spoke about, the generational contract that Senator Chantal Monroe-Knight spoke about, and the just provision of rights and benefits to people is provided for. It has to be paid for, and it is not paid for entirely by contributions. And I want to give an example of what we mean when we say a just provision for our people, when I talk about a social contract, and when we talk about generational provision. Mr. President, I got these numbers also from the NIS. We talked about the most vulnerable. We talk about those at the bottom of the income bracket. We talk about this is our money that we have paid in, but Mr. President, we are still that nation that makes sure that we are able to match contributions with people's life expectancy, not contributions with benefits. And this is what I mean. If you paid in, and this is data from the NIS, if you paid in, say, $5 a week for 500 weeks, as we currently have in the legislation, that is a total of $2,500, and you will get the minimum pension of $243 back. You would have exhausted the sum total of your contributions in 11 weeks. So your money that you have put in would last you 11 weeks, Mr. President. But we have heard the demographic data of how people are living longer. But what you are getting out of the NIS system, even if you have contributed, will take you not 11 weeks, but until you have passed on, Mr. President. Whether that is that 68, 93, like the Deputy President's mother, or whatever, you are getting from the NIS far in excess of what your contributions are. That is the social contract for Barbados, because we are not trying to have people at the end of their working life fall into poverty. So let us understand that, Mr. President. If you have contributed for 500 contributions, $5 a week, a total of $2,500, you will get back $243, and your contributions would be exhausted in 11 weeks. Less than 3 months. Less than 3 months. But this is that nation that is not matching contribution inputs to benefit output. This is that country that is saying, even if your total contribution to the fund is $2,500, and you live until 93, and that costs the fund $150,000, you will get $150,000 in benefits. How could that not be a country that cares about the most vulnerable? That is what we're doing. And then if we understand that this is one of the mechanisms that the fund uses to protect the most vulnerable, how is it that we are trying to reduce the conversation about the state of the fund to something as flippant as government mismanaging the money, using it as a piggy bank, when on a daily basis, we know that there are people who are drawing from the fund more than the fund has benefited from their contributions. But they have to be provided for. We have to have a realistic conversation, and I know someone who used to say to me, a man convinced against his will is of the same mind still. A man convinced against his will is of the same mind still. So I know that there are some people for whom it don't matter what we say in here, we could talk to the cows come home, till day to night. Them feel one way, and we don't have to share any more information, or we can share as much information. We cannot change their minds. And there are those that have that disposition. But then there are those, Mr. President, and we talked about the demographic differences. We talked about those who may or may not be terribly interested in the collective interest of our people. I saw a video, Mr. President, a colleague put a video and shared it with us, I want to say a few months ago. And I thought about it almost every day, regrettably, in Barbados. The video showed a young man in a mall, and he was standing, he had his headphones on his ears, and he realized, oh shoot, the elevator came, and he ran to go into the elevator, rushed and got into the elevator. Elevator was full of people. And as soon as he rushed and went into the elevator before the door closed, Mr. President, the elevator started to beep. And it started to effectively say there were too many people in the elevator. Now, if it was me, and I'm sure if it was any of us in here, we're the last person to get on, and so we can just get back off the elevator. He stood there and stood there as everyone in this full elevator looked around, and he did not move. He did not move. He continued playing on his phone, headphones on his ear, and he stood there at the front of the elevator, completely oblivious to the fact that the elevator was beeping. Who's going to get out? It ain't me, even though he's the last person in. And as he stood there, and the video let this time elapse, and you're literally getting drawn into this video to figure out, so what's going to happen now? And finally, an older woman from the very back of the elevator with crutches made her way forward and exited the elevator, past this young man who looked up, saw her, did not move, and the elevator closed, and she stood on the outside while the elevator moved with him in it and went downstairs, Mr. President. I think about that elevator video every day in Barbados. And why? Because we have to be careful that when we talk about this is who we are, that we're not also that people who don't care about other people, who don't care about how we affect other people with our actions, who don't, in the face of other people's discomfort or their challenges, we still stand firm in our selfishness. The National Insurance Scheme is designed to look after all the people who were in that elevator who were waiting to come down in that building. That's what the National Insurance Scheme is designed to do. The lady who's on crutches, the older woman who is standing in the back with her husband, the woman who is visually impaired, the man who is standing there with his wife and they have just gone out for the day, and for that young man who in his own selfishness didn't think about anyone else but himself. And even though he was the cause of the problem, he was not concerned about how it then was to be resolved. This government, Mr. President, is making a determination that several actuarial reports and reviews later, where we have seen a problem and the elevator carrying the NIS has been beeping and beeping and beeping and beeping, telling us that there is a problem, Mr. President. We are making the decision that once and for all, and I said this in my initial presentation, we are facing it. Senator Nichols used those terms, and I said we have faced down every other challenge that this country has had to face since 2018, including repaying the debts to the National Insurance Scheme. I believe one of my colleagues spoke about, I believe it was Senator Malalou, and then Senator Brathwaite, Dr. Brathwaite, and I have to say that I also agree with Senator Nichols' response, and so I don't have to go over there. There's no way that we can move away from using the investment funds of the NIS to generate a return for this fund itself in order to pay for not even just anything else related to development, but benefits. Benefits. And I want to raise a point here. We have this notion. I am also the Minister of Business, so I love the business community, and it is my own background. So I'm supportive of business. But I want to say that the notion that governments don't manage funds well is not necessarily factual. If anybody wants to recommend that you hand this over to a private sector entity to manage, perhaps we can do that. We can hear them say that. But what I can say is that the benefits that we have been able to receive from this fund as a result of investments, and I don't know, I don't sit on the investment committee. I want to describe how the investment committee is constituted. So I would not be in a position to stand here and say we should be investing in solar projects because I don't know what they're investing in. I would not be in a position to say that they're not investing in buildings, but I do believe that I have seen in many reports that they are investing in all kinds of real estate projects. In fact, the fact that their private portfolio that is only in Barbados will suggest that they have investments in Barbados. So there must be investments in projects in Barbados, if that is the case. But the investment committee, this is one of the things that I want to raise. How is it comprised? Let us be realistic about what we're doing here, because I don't want misinformation to go there either. The minister appoints a whole 2 members of the investment committee, a whole 2, Mr. President. The investment committee is made up as follows, and it's in the same legislation that we have here before us. The chairman of the board, the deputy chairman of the board, the chief executive officer, part of the management, the chief financial officer, part of the management, the chief investment officer, part of the management, the 2 directors, of whom one represents employers, that would be the trade unions, they sit on the board, and the other represents, well, one represents employers, Barbados Employers Confederation is usually that entity, and the other represents trade unions. Then you have the central bank director with responsibility for investment. Then you have 2 other persons not being directors appointed by the minister from among persons, and it is qualified. with the necessary qualifications in investment matters, finance, and accounting. The Deputy Chairman of the National Insurance Scheme is none other than the person who has been sharing with us over the last several weeks and certainly has been in the public space speaking extensively, Mr. Rawdon Adams. He is eminently qualified in his discipline, and one thing I can say about this Barbados Labour Party that I represent, we don't appoint people in technical posts just because of the colors they wear. This Barbados Labour Party has one of the strongest first division, intermediate, and second division teams that you will find. And as a result, we have exceptional professionals that can be deployed wherever they are to serve country first. To serve country first. Because I'm a minister. I sit in the cabinet. I share cabinet collective responsibility, but the day that I don't share that view that is fundamentally, philosophically against what I represent, I will no longer be there, and I'm sure that that is the case with most of the professionals that I know. They stand by the things that they can identify with. So we don't appoint people just because they support the Barbados Labour Party. That may be other people, but that's not this party. One thing we can be given credit for is that if you look across the landscape, the length and breadth of all of the boards in this country, they are well populated for the most part, especially technical boards, by competent people in their discipline. Now, the committee here also says these two persons here are investment, finance, and accounting. And the function of the committee is in three areas. One, it is to advise the board on investment policy, to monitor the implementation of investment decisions, and to perform any other such duties as may be delegated by the board. These are the things which are there in the investment committee as captured in section 11T of the legislation. It's sometimes easy to pick out things that may sound as though they will resonate with people who haven't read the full bill, but I wanted to make sure that I put that there as well. Now, we had Senator Boyce, who probably, if I were to say, and the award for best performance goes to, it would be Senator Boyce, and his young interns would be very proud because he definitely put on, I think he was at the loudest that I have ever heard him in this chamber in the 5 years that I have sat in this chamber. So, Senator Boyce, well done. But we then went down the line with Senator Nichols, whose presentation needs no qualification. Senator Shanika Roberts-Odle spoke about the demographic conversations that we need to have, and that is an important part of the conversation that I think is important to include in the planning for public communications. Certainly how, as Senator Boyce said, how we communicate with different publics needs to be refined so that it caters to the specific needs of the different groups. Now, Senator Crystal Haynes spoke about the life cycle of the fund, how it transitions, and I think made an excellent all-round presentation on the life cycle itself of the fund, and we brought it home with Senator Liz Thompson. There's only one thing that I want to raise here, Mr. President, and it was on a question of whether or not there should be a publication of those persons who were in arrears, those employers who were in arrears. I think, Mr. President, that one of the things that we talked about as facing it and fixing it is the fact that the government itself had extensive arrears to the NIS. And let us be clear, these arrears dated back, as I understand, from the NIS team to 2010. And the total amount of arrears that this administration had to settle was $466.6 million. $466.6 million in arrears of contributions from government of Barbados. This represented $382.6 million in actual arrears, and the difference between $382.6 million and the $466.6 is interest. The government of Barbados, this government, settled those arrears. So again, I make the point that it's easy for us to flippantly talk about bad management and government dipping in their hand, and these are also some of the fundamental things that in a contemporary sense have affected the fund. These are some of the things, Mr. President, that when combined with the demographic information that we have shared, when we've talked about the profile of our country and how it has performed economically, this is what we're talking about in terms of our labor force. When all of these combine, Mr. President, it brings us to this moment in time where the process of reform comprehensively, frontally, and strategically, before it becomes a crisis, because you don't wait until you are in crisis unless it is unexpected. And while Senator Madalu pulled different bits of my speech and other speeches and pulled them together in ways that perhaps were not connected, I want to make the point that a crisis isn't something that, unlike a pandemic, which was a crisis, the crisis itself was unexpected. We couldn't have predicted that. A hurricane creates a crisis in housing. You can't predict that necessarily, but you can plan for it. In this case, we have had actuarial report after actuarial report telling us, Houston, we got a problem. And we as a government are not prepared to have a scenario where in 3 years' time, as is required by this same legislation that we have before us, and I hope we're in a position to pass today, this legislation calls for actuarial reports to be completed every 3 years or at any other point as determined by the minister. That the next actuarial review does not come to say we are in even greater trouble, we're not yet in crisis, but unless something is done, we will have a big problem, and it will give the time for it. We're making decisions now to protect future generations. And so on that basis, Mr. President, I hope that this bill will have the support of the Honorable, the Senate, and with these few words, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that you, Your Honor, do now leave the chair and the Senate would dissolve itself into committee for further deliberation and consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. Will all honourable members in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 5 stand part.
The question is that Clause 5 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 6 stand part.
The question is that Clause 6 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 7 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 7 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 8 stand part.
The question is that clause 8 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, would you say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 9 stand part.
The question is that clause 9 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 10 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 11 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 11 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 12 do now stand part.
Honorable Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question on 12, if it is possible to ask. So I just wanted to be clear that this renumbering of the schedules means at B, that the current Schedule 2 that contains the pensionable age, that becomes the first schedule, that will become the first schedule, with no changes to the second schedule. No. No. It says the Principal Act is amended by renumbering Schedule 1 as Schedule 3. Is that not correct? Schedule 2, which is Schedule 2 as exists in the Principal Act, is now going to be 1. So that is, Schedule 2 is the one that contains the pensionable ages. Is that, before voting one way or another, I just want to be clear on what the clause is.
If Senator Hines will just wait while we review, please. Thank you.
Right, I just wanted to be clear that is as is, because we had a lot of discussion about changing the, about changing the pensionable age. So I just wanted to be clear that 2 is.
Is the Honorable Senator? Yes.
Sorry, that 2 will now be 1 as is, as is. Thank you.
The Honorable Senator is satisfied?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Glad that we could do that.
Madam Chair, the question that Senator Hines is asking, the schedule 2 in the principal act becomes Schedule 1, and there's no change listed in this bill. So if there were going to be changes, the changes would have to be made here, and that would affect that, and there are no changes. They're just switching around the schedules, with no change.
So this is a change not in substance, but in
Question
location and numbering. Yes. And I think that Senator Hines, Honorable Senator Hines has indicated that she's satisfied, but I'm glad that you've put the issue on the record. We move on.
So Schedule 1 in the principal act is now Schedule 2.
The question therefore is,
1 becomes 3 and 2 becomes 1, but there's no change.
I think the chamber accepts that. And having done so, the question is, the question is that clause 12 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12. Clause 13, sorry.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 13 stand part.
The question is that clause 13 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 14 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 14 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. No.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, the bill that we are speaking on is this bill and not the principal act. So it's the first schedule to this bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule, the first schedule to the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule should be the second schedule to the bill. Will all those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that we do now read this bill a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act 2023. All the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, given the coordinated debate, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate dissolve itself.
Move it read the second time.
I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
It's going to be correct. The question is that this bill, that is the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023, be read a second time. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair, and the Honorable Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule will be the schedule to the bill. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, would you say no, please? The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Act of 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2023. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, that brings us to the end of government business for the day. And I again want to express my sincere appreciation that of the government side for the continued contributions being made by all members of the Honorable Senate on these important matters affecting our country. And with these very few words, I beg to move that the Senate be adjourned sine die.
The question is that the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. This sitting stands adjourned sine die.